Hello, hello, hello. We're back to the Oblivions. Hello, bathwater. You got your cat cuddling next to me? That sounds nice. I mean, I don't think I'd enjoy it. It's very hot where I am. In the winter, I'm sure I'd love it. But here in the summer, not so nice. So, yes, as I said, I put a bit of a call out for help at the end of my last stream to try to get someone to tell me why OBS keeps fucking up so much when I play this game. And someone, a friend of mine, another streamer friend, did manage to find someone else having this problem and what they did to fix it. And I've imitated that, and hopefully that's fixed it. But I didn't have a good way to test because, well, I'd have to stream it to test it, wouldn't I? Ah, yes. Did not mean to take that. Offer more flesh.
By the detritus of the profane I am brought forth, and by your offering you have made the profane your interest mortal.
Kinda.
The undead are foul, unnatural things. Some of my rivals take pleasure in these abominations. Not Meridia. I wish these creatures destroyed.
You got it.
Hidden behind a door, deep in Howling Cave, are necromancers.
Howling Cave. That sounds familiar.
For the materials to raise their undead armies. Find these necromancers, destroy them and their abominations. Do this, and earn the gratitude of Meridia.
As someone so used to Skyrim Meridia, this voice is very shocking to me. She's vaguely Scottish here. But for someone very used to, a new hand touches the beacon. Yeah, I knew the thing I installed wasn't going to help Oblivion's performance. I had no illusions of that. Yeah, it's still gonna keep doing that. Hang on. Can't fast travel with... Dumb dog ate gold. You tell me another way a dog would have gold coins in the same place there was an arrow. It ate them. Oh. I'm available to level. I borrow a bed over here? Friend or foe? Bow it is. What kind of bow you got? Friend or bow? Got elven arrows. Take those. Dwarven bow. How does that compare to the silver bow I have? Oh no, this is a glass bow. Drop some of those. Ah. Roast rat. Gross. Let's take a nap. Life isn't over. You can still get smarter, or cleverer, or more experienced, or meaner. Your body and soul just aren't going to get any younger. Get luckier. Max out my endurance, and then the last 3 points to agility, I suppose. So yay, endurance cap. Huh. Wonder what that sound was. Oh, alright, OBS just... Okay, OBS just had this huge fucking slowdown, right? Okay, oh, wow. Audio... Yeah, I'm noticing. Yeah, I'm like, seeing that happen. It looks like what I did might have helped, because I still see OBS suddenly explode in usage to, like, over 7%, which is not normal. But then it seems to catch itself. So I'm not losing the entire stream when it happens, I'm just losing a little bit of audio. So to answer your question, no, max endurance... Well, actually, no, it is stopping OBS from crashing, just not from fucking around still. I'm thinking it still helped, just we're gonna have hiccups like that. So just to be sure... Thing or two I can step. It's muscling through, yeah. I can close some stuff I had running to maybe give it a little more space to work with. Unfortunately, Oblivion is still going to be taking up most of that space, so haha. Oh, we're here doing Meridia's quest. These don't look like undead. I was very shocked by slightly Scottish Meridia. And that looks more undead. Fortunately, still don't have a stronger... that is a really strong dispel. Slightly? I mean, she's not... Okay, she's got a bit of the accent, but there's certain things she's not saying quite Scottish. Like, it almost sounds like someone trying to do a Scottish accent, and they're really good, but they're missing just one or two things. Or someone who maybe grew up in Scotland with that accent, but then also grew up in America a long period of time. Like, the tone is Scottish enough, but they're saying certain words wrong. Or maybe I'm wrong. It has a heavy Scottish accent. She doesn't have the Scots "och" in it. Yeah, that's about what I'd say. The way she uses the TH sound is off, too. The specific way the Scottish accent does that sound, and she's not doing it. Or at least, not what I'm expecting her to do. Again, I'm no accent expert. Maybe I'm just wrong and it's as Scottish as can be. Elder Scrolls pre-Morrowind. Eh. Yeah, we already played that one. Oh, yeah. That would be an example of how Scottish people do that. She wasn't, like, she was very much enunciating the TH sound. The. But a lot of Scottish people will say it with just a hard T sound. Like, the H isn't even there. I don't know about the Scottish, but the Irish basically do not have the TH sound. They can't do it. Yeah, but the Scottish have that a bit, too. They do have similar phonetic roots, the two languages. What am I missing here? Every TH word is just a T word. When Mickey D, the Morrowind YouTube phenomenon, says 3, he says tree. All the YouTube comments go wild. Oh, I thought this was like a blocked-off corridor. Okay, this is the hidden room she said that the necromancers are behind. Right. Mine shoulders. You've been chucking cardboard all day. Dang it. Huh. Ebony mace, wow. If it wasn't 39 pounds, I might pick that up to sell it. Think of that, though. Yeah, slowed me with their ice powers. When is the perfection of Todd's voice acting yet? That's right, there's a character that Todd actually plays in this game, isn't there? I don't think I have. I feel like if I was near, you would have told me at some point. But then again, you haven't been here for every stream, so... Most people seem to think so. It's a test NPC. So it wouldn't be in the game itself. Oh yeah, this weird glitch, where an effect just stays on your body. He also voices Clavicus Vile. Oh! Well, that's something to look forward to. I haven't run into Clavicus Vile yet. I don't think it's officially credited, but it's pretty obvious. I imagine it will be. Ooh, ebony ring. Money! Yeah, I did. That's one of my favorite things for voice acting. Uncredited, but obvious.
What's that?
Usually happens because of contract shenanigans. Elven Claymore. Neat. Whoa, that's a ton of gold.
Must have been the wind.
Yeah, it's just the wind. I've killed the necromancers in Howling Cave. To return to the Shrine of Meridia. Dang it. Skeleton warriors! Take those silver back. Oh yeah, I was like, a scythe, what the— oh right, the farming implement. In this case, it's because, unless they only did voice work for a specific character like Sean Bean, voice actors just received a generic credit called race voices in the credits of this game. Ah. I was more referring to, like, if a well-known voice actor wants to have plausible deniability about a contract thing, they'll either not get credited or go under a pseudonym, but hearing the voice, you can very clearly tell it's them. Todd is already credited for his role as executive producer, so they don't give him a special character voice credit. Ah. Less obvious there because of the heavy filters over the voice lines. It's not credited, but I think he voices Vile and Redguard. I read those wrong order, I didn't see them pop up. You think he's Clavicus Vile in Redguard as well? Interesting. Technically, that would mean he's voiced Vile more than anyone else, hasn't he? At least in more games. I suppose Vile's probably been— I actually don't know if Vile has had voiced appearances in online, because I don't think I've played it, but not that much. Yeah, I'm level— now. What's the number? Acrobatics is being buffed to 81. But I don't think that lets me get the perk of it. And I think that gives me the benefit. Could just fast travel. Though, if Vile is voiced in ESO, they might have reused his Skyrim voice actor. Because they did for at least a few of them. Pretty sure Shiger. I think so, yeah. Unvoiced in Daggerfall. No appearance in Morrowind. Todd in Redguard and Oblivion. Then he goes to Jossie in Skyrim. He might not be in ESO at all, actually. I genuinely don't know. Well, this vampire dust. Why is some of it weigh more than other? That's weird.
Well done. Those creatures were an affront to all life, and they have paid the price for their actions. Take this ring and go with my blessing.
Already as gifted was gratified, I had performed the task assigned to me. As a reward, I've been given the Ring of Khajiit. That's Meridia's? That doesn't sound right. Never heard of it being hers. But who am I to argue? Recast Wes Johnson as Shio in ESO. It makes you so fucking mad. Chameleon 35%, Fortify Speed 10 points. Oh my god. Yeah. Where'd it go? There it is. Just permanently, slightly chameleoned. Now the chameleon spell I can actually cast is really strong. Because it now buffs me up to... Assuming they stack. I should check that. Nah, it'd be in magic, wouldn't it? They almost stack. It has decreased effectiveness because of reasons. But 81 chameleon I can have. Wes Johnson made that role. He built it from nothing. How dare they take it away from him? Hire some imitator to do the voice he created. Maybe Wes just didn't want to do it again. I can't claim to know anything about the internals at Bethesda. Found Brennus Astus' journal. I had to speak with Magler or tell Modron Orin that the contract is now complete. Doubt that? Guy who goes to conventions with a Wabbajack prop? Fair enough, yeah. That doesn't sound like someone who'd turn down the opportunity if given to him. Yeah. Yeah, As a... well, not hired at any point. If I were to voice act something, I would definitely do something like that. Even if I was really minor. I would be so annoying about it to everyone. I mean, I kind of already do it. You know, I bring a wheelchair with me. I usually don't, because I don't need my wheelchair most of the time.
Today's your lucky day, so let's hear it.
Do you know what happened to Mercator Hosidus? I haven't seen him at the castle lately.
This guy's short.
Uh-huh.
I did not realize how fucking short he was. What else?
Other provinces?
Wheelchair is a lie?
Great
It's not a
news
lie.
from
I have it,
From
and I still got the
Falkreath to
problems.
Windhelm,
Fraud, he's a
foulest
fraud.
danger
No.
attacked the land.
It seems it is a dire
No.
situation. throughout
Everything I
all of
built will fall
Tamriel.
apart.
Farewell.
Just like Edgy. Should I know
What?
who that is? I feel like I
You're
should,
still
actually.
around. I've told you why I defaulted
You
on
mean
the
still?
contract.
I left and came
Not too
back.
much else to be said about it. Do what you must.
Here's a journal.
You found it, huh? Good work, I guess. Well, take it back to Orin then. He can pay you on the contract. Tell him what you want about me.
I'll just tell him you failed.
I understand about duty. Don't get me wrong. Should have been more than one guy on this job, and I've got my family to
Remember the
think
guy in Yakuza
They
8?
come
Oh,
first.
right. Edgy. I just didn't remember his
Whatever.
name. Yeah. No, I was pissed about that. Like, oh, come the fuck on. 2 wheelchair characters in Yakuza, and they both turn evil and get out of the wheelchair. Not even in, well, like, it's not fully in that order either. Look, I'm all for evil characters in a wheelchair. A movie I really like, where it's this vampire thing. There's this old man in it the whole time, and these guys are trying to resurrect this ancient vampire by feeding it blood from a certain goblet. And right when they're doing the ritual, they put the blood in the goblet and they pour it onto, like, the vampire's body, and nothing happens. They're like, what the fuck? Why didn't anything happen? And the old man cuts one of them to get their blood in the goblet again, and he drinks from it, and then he stands back up, because he was the vampire the whole time. It wasn't the corpse. That was just some normal human corpse he put there in his coffin. And he stands back up because he's a vampire who's got his strength back. And that's fun from a horror perspective. I think Cosmo's in a wheelchair for a while. Of course, he was an assassin, so... Yeah, but is Cosmo even on screen very much? If we're thinking of the same Cosmo. I assume we are.
Why are you talking to me? Shouldn't you be finding Maglir?
He was injured, it wasn't a chronic condition. Yeah.
You've got the journal. Good. So, what happened in Skingrad?
I completed the task, here's the journal.
You did it? I'll be talking to Maglir soon. I don't need one wet ear covering for another.
Yeah,
Still,
I didn't.
the job got done. Here's the reward.
You got anything else for me to do?
Back for more work, are you? Good. Some of our boys are causing trouble in Leowin.
Oh,
Looks
yeah?
bad for the guild.
Well, what are they doing?
Some of your brothers have been getting rowdy at the local tavern. I've got no problem with cutting loose, but I don't like it when we all look bad. You're looking for Relian, Vantus Prelius, and Dubak Grosha.
He's in prison in
I
0
haven't
and
had any
dies in
trouble
1.
with them before,
Yeah,
so
and then
find
his
out what's
twin
going
brother
on.
is in 3, I want to say? And doesn't amount to much.
I'll be waiting.
He's suddenly being a lot nicer. He's like, oh, you went and did the job. Joji, beautiful eyes. Travel Leywin, find out why 3 members of the Fighters Guild, Dubak, Relian, and Vantis, have been causing trouble. Alright. It was in he did say Leywin. Time is it? Ugh. And it's still one of the most absurd soap opera turns of the series. It was pretty dumb. As someone who's had to do a lot of waiting in doctor's offices, I know a thing or two about dumb soap opera plot lines. I don't live close enough to the border to know about the like, Spanish ones that are really out there. Ridiculous soap opera a lot, but literal evil twin brother with a mustache. I mean, the original had a mustache too, so I don't think that... Those more, they reused the model than he had an evil mustache. He's kind of not really evil, where the evil ones... Yeah, no, he's a member of the CIA. Is like, yeah, he does bad stuff, but he's like working towards, theoretically, a good cause. It is still the American government, so theory. It's only evil sometimes. Yeah. This is where I shot a guy. Good times. Time 8:24 a.m., so the shops aren't quite going to be open yet.
My name is Numin. Have you seen that no-good rascal husband of mine, Mahai? God
At some point, I'm sure.
He is up to this time.
In this case, he was working to expose Richardson, who was actually evil, doing weapon smuggling or something. Yeah, he was doing genuine, like, work that is... Yeah, he was being a sneaky guy about it, but his goal was not something you can really argue against. It was weapon smuggling. That's pretty bad.
There are some folks causing trouble, that's for sure. Head over to the Five Claws Lodge. You'll see.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Good day.
Yeah, I'm from the guild. I'm here to, like, stop them if they're doing too much. Because, you know, the guild doesn't want them doing that shit. We don't want you to think we condone that kind of behavior. We don't. They're being dickheads. We're gonna step in to try to stop them. Okay, for cities specifically, I don't mind it starting here. Because, like, if you're in a city, a lot of the times you are gonna want to be on this map so you can fast travel out. So that, I don't mind it staying like this. A lot of the times I open to try to look at the map and figure out where to go. I'm looking for a shop because I want to sell some stuff. Doesn't look like they really have shops in Leowin. No, best goods and guarantees. That's gotta be a general shop I can probably sell some stuff at. Oh, actually, selling might not be enough. Oh, and if you have a mark, then if you have a mark inside, it actually leaves it inside when you open again. That's interesting. Because they assume that's what you're there for. Alright. I think that's being done right.
Goondalus guarantees everything almost free.
Yeah, I think I got some stuff I want to sell you.
There's something to suit you.
Let me sort by weight. None of this stuff I just don't want to sell is the problem. I need a place to store stuff. Like this severed head I still have. These all weigh a pound. I need to get rid of those if I can. Is that head still rotting? Excellent question.
That's a good deal.
Probably been at least 20 years. Yeah, no. It should be a... I mean, I guess if you didn't leave it outside... Like, if it was inside the whole time, it might not have decomposed as fast. Still not... 20 years. Like, I don't think it'd be bleached white, but it would be a skull by then.
That seems a fair...
20 years, the flesh would still have just putrefied and melted off. Yeah, 20 years is a long
That seems
time.
a fair price. You got a great... And...
Yeah, I got some, like, jewelry stuff I want to offload to you. A bunch of soul gems I'm not really going to use. Assuming he didn't literally keep it vacuum sealed. He left it on a plate in a fucking basement. I don't need this anymore. Definitely don't need this. Still plenty of bugs to just hit decompose it. Yeah. Wait, that is... Oh! Mercantile Mastery. Damage condition of an item is no longer a factor when you sell it. Merchants may also offer you better items. Cool.
A pleasure to serve. Good day.
Could have made it mummified? Yeah. If it were, like, dried out and desiccated, then it would have worked. Like the Night Mother is in Skyrim. That would explain why it's still fleshy, too. Yeah. How am I looking? Oh, yeah, that offset me a lot of weight. I'm just gonna drop that. Also shows creepy attachment. Yeah. Now, it staying a skull would still work for showing a creepy attachment, because it would mean he held on to it even while it was rotting. But showing him, like, putting the effort in to keep it preserved would have helped a lot. Why does Cicero oil the Night Mother?
Bounce to your step. I'll bet you're...
I think you have to oil mummies. Well, here's the thing. She's not wrapped up. I think it's to keep her, supposedly she just enjoys it. Because when he talks about doing it, she sounds, like, very pleased with his performance as the keeper. So maybe she just likes it, and that's the only reason. Maybe she just told a listener she wanted to be oiled by young, handsome boys. Yes, that's true. He has to keep her dry. Yeah, she's not wrapped up, and the oil would keep her from getting, like, moisture in. That could also be it. Cicero has to be at least 30. Young to her, I meant.
You scare off my customers. Go away.
What do you want?
Causing trouble?
No trouble here. No nothing here. No fun, no work, nothing. Blackwood Company's got all the work. There's nothing left for us, except for drinking.
Blackwood Company?
Haven't you heard of them? Former soldiers sent down into the swamps to take some territory back from the lizards. Talk to Vantus. Shove off.
You scare off my customers.
It's not wise to interrupt us in the middle of our discussion.
Not wise to cause trouble for the guild.
I don't think so. I'll tell you what real trouble is. It's trying to pay my debtors when there's no work.
Why do you have debtors?
It's my wife taking in wash to buy food. That's been the state of things since the Blackwood.
Alright, that second part I
began
can sympathize with more.
I spit on them. Mercenaries sent by the Emperor to reclaim territory in Black Marsh. When they failed, they came back and set up shop. They've been undercutting us on contracts ever since, and they've no qualms about accepting jobs no guild member would be caught dead doing.
I mean, you need work to keep you busy.
A brilliant idea. Orion only sends his best these days. Tell you what, you go find us some paying work and we'll happily go about it.
You talk like that to me again. You're getting us. Hey, you're getting an arrow through those little eye slits.
Much
Go
obliged,
away.
my friend. Get out of here! We don't... I've told you what we... Jobs would be great. Too bad no one is... Much obliged, my friend.
Filthy orc.
Alright. Perhaps some of the locals
Smell
know
you-
some.
Your fighters guild. Get them out of here.
You know anything about Blackwood?
They have caused trouble here as well. But they have gold to pay for the trouble. Things are always better when served with gold.
Fair enough.
Jobs around here? Don't know that I trust you enough. Say what you're going to say. Handsomely done. A pleasure doing business. Jobs for the Fighters Guild.
Here's some gold. Just tell me.
Margot.
I've got lots.
If she's not at home or at the Five Claws, she's probably out looking for alchemical ingredients.
Thank you.
Make them leave now.
Get out of here! We don't need you around.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of them.
Hi there.
Hi there.
What's going on with you?
What?
I ran into a couple
heard
of
of
blood
them?
crabs. Now, what can I do for you?
Fighters Guild job?
I suppose I've got something I could use the guild's help with. I need ogre teeth and minotaur horn for my alchemy experiments. They're tough to get, but I prefer fresh, and I'll pay well. And I just don't trust those Blackwood Company folks to find them.
Fair enough.
I'm not sure about you either. Tell you what, if you bring me back 5 portions of ectoplasm, I'll give my
You
business to the
bitch.
guild. That's my offer.
I just sold all my ectoplasm.
You
They say
too.
the Daedra
God
came from
fucking
Oblivion.
damn it. Go find some random shit that's not here, so you can continue the quest, and we're not gonna tell you where to find some either. That's good fucking game design, isn't it? I don't even know where I could go to get some. What, you haven't been picking it up every time you find it? No, why the fuck would I? I don't do alchemy. Oblivion special. Maybe Deep Scorn Hollow. That sounds undead. Why make the quest continue at a natural pace when we can make them leave to some random location? Go to the city, talk for 2 seconds, go to a cave on the other side of the province, find something, then come back. The problem here is they're not even directing me to a specific place to go. It's just fucking guess. Wait, what? You don't know where to find friggin' ectoplasm off the top of your head with no direction whatsoever? I have Deep Scorn Hollow's rumor talk of an underground lair hidden there. Should try to find the entrance. Okay, wasn't expecting that. That doesn't make sense, actually. You can't cast ranged spells underwater. Damn it, you could do it. I tried Chapel Undercroft. Does it usually have ghosts which drop ectoplasm? Yeah, but is it gonna have 5 of them? Because she wants fucking 5, and I just sold all the... I just tossed all the ones I had. Iliad Ruins are also likely to have some ghosts. Yeah. I don't like when they give an arrow and it doesn't lead to what you're doing. This one seems to just... It looked like it was leading towards that tower. This place up... Yeah, I've discovered a long-forgotten What? No, I haven't. Okay, I guess this is one. Possible there might be 5, 1 drop per enemy. Reading the Let me actually read the journal. I hate that the quest pop-up happens before I have a chance to read it myself. Sithis speaks to me. Unlikely. Does not use words, but I can hear his voice. Echoes of darkness spring from his lips and tell me what I must do. The Dark Brotherhood must be purged of its clean-blooded vermin, and a new order must take the reins. Time is nigh for the vampire to claim his rightful place as the true hands of Sithis. I have secured the help of many of my kin, and soon we shall spread like a cold fog through the ranks and make the group our own. Soon Sithis will give the sign, the time will be right, and the Crimson Scars will strike. Bare minimum effort to fix the implementation of these DLC houses for real. Lourdes about a week later. We are betrayed. That curse, Salarian, has made true our plans to the fingers. And we have been discovered. The Brotherhood struck as we slept, not even giving the Scars a chance to fight back. Using their silver weapons, they pierced the heart of many of my brothers. The screams I could hear as they turned to dust still echo within my mind. I was able to dispatch 2 of the purebloods that fell upon me. Before they could send more, I made good my escape. I must find a place to hide, to recover from this blow. I'll make my way south to Deep Scorn Hollow, my old hideaway from when I was but a novice. There I will make my dark plans, and we shall see who Sithis truly favors. The next month. Stop the game, start pop-ups at least. The quests pop up when you approach them, and without the intro about your dead relative, they don't even make sense. Yeah, this is just... there's rumors. I hadn't heard any. Been nearly a month, yet none of my brethren have returned to the fold. What puzzles me is why I have not heard from my lord. Sithis hasn't spoken to me since that dark night. What have I done to displease him? I have slain many since then, poured their lifeblood on his altar, but still he remains silent. As I ponder this, I turn my attentions to the lair. Deep Scorn Hollow will rise as the new headquarters of the Crimson Scars, but it must be prepared. So much to do. Mid-year. Lair has improved much. I was fortunate to find Rowley Erdwulf at the Walnut Inn outside of the Imperial City, another Scar who had escaped the night of slaughter. He now does his dark work acquiring the tools I need to bring Deep Scorn Hollow back to its former glory. Let's remember him in the future should I ever need these items again. They recorded new voiced rumors to point you to them. Give credit for that, that's pretty good. I haven't heard any. I just went here because this was a place. All along I was mistaken. All along I was the blight upon Sithis and his dark name. Tonight he spoke to me and again, and I learned of his displeasure. That's not grammar. Again, I heard no words, but I knew the meaning. I was meant to take blood, to spill blood, never to taste blood. My sanguine ways have offended my lord. I must cleanse myself of this filth. I must find a way. I found it. My lord will be pleased. My answer lies with the purge blood salts. Yes, I'll bathe in these tonight and free myself from my old ways. Hail Sithis, Dark Ruler, soon I will be your only true disciple. It's weird. Usually they're either all crazy or all sane. This guy, he heard the voices, but not always telling him what he wanted to hear. That's weird. Victim's loot chest. It's empty, which implies... Imagine Todd just saw people complaining about how long the Vampire Cure quest is in this game, so he put this in. I feel like... Instant zero effort Vampire Cure. I don't know, I feel like it should be a pain in the ass, because it's not supposed to be easy. I feel like that should have a consequence to it. This is pretty dumb. I don't know if I ever got this one when I played the game before. I don't think I did those quests because they didn't really interest me. Can I get the frustration because it's Oblivion? That means a collectathon where you fast travel back and forth across the map? Yeah, that too. Fast travel is risky as a vampire? Yeah. But at the same time... Yeah, I guess if you... Like, you have a very, very... You have plenty of, ways to stop yourself from becoming a vampire. I mean, it's as easy as go to any given chapel. That's fucking far. Can't fast travel, enemies are nearby. I feel like that's something they need to address. It's too easy not to become a vampire. I'm of two minds about it. On one hand, it would lend credence to people... like, okay, if they want vampires to be very sympathetic, then the ease of which it is to prevent it is very bad. Because, like, sympathetic vampires usually don't like being vampires, but haven't discovered the very annoying and secretive method of turning back. So they're kind of just fucked. But if it's as easy as go to any given chapel and it's gone, so long as it's within 3 days, which... It is an 8-hour walk between, like, these two cities. Cyrodiil is not big. But, like, in lore, it's supposed to be relatively simple to not get turned, which is why people are very, very aggressive to people who have turned, because they just blame them for it. But that also creates the problem of when they have the sympathetic ones who did turn by accident, it's like, well, why couldn't they just get cured like everyone else did? Lore, it's bigger than that? Yeah, it's actually kind of inconsistent in the lore. Well, I had a note of a guy who travels literally across this entire place every week. And, like, he will be in different towns a day apart. If you contract it... Now, there is something to say, maybe you don't recognize the symptoms because you're a peasant in the middle of fuck-all nowhere. You don't realize you're turning until it's too late. But... I don't know, apparently it's easy enough that your character who might not know what vampirism is, notices the symptoms right away. You have to consider if someone gets injured fighting a vampire and survives, they may not be in any condition to go to a shrine. Yeah, that's also a thing. Where was I going? I don't actually know, is the problem. Right, where is the place with undead? There's sometimes one in... friggin' Alien Ruins, but which ones are Alien Ruins? Oh, these, the yellow ones. And then you're on Twill? Like on Morrowind, porphyric hemophilia gives you 1 restore fatigue. You wouldn't even think you're sick because you feel better than ever. Yeah. I think if you become a vampire there, you can hear from some of the other vampires, and, like, some of them genuinely didn't want to be vampires, but this is their only option left now. Creates a more interesting story for someone to not intend to become a vampire. Yeah, I mean... Well, thinking about, like, classic protagonist vampire stories, it's usually they were going to die, but a vampire chose to save them for one reason or another. That's a very common way to do it. But vampire hunter, or just regular soldier who encountered one and had no idea they got infected, or was in no position to escape after they got infected, that's pretty interesting. More when the NPCs say what you're saying, basically, that it's so easy to not become a vampire, that if they do it, it's proof of a severe moral depravity. Yeah, I was reading up on that a bit, because I was interested in Morrowind vampires. Is that so? I forgot that happens. But I have... Did the spikes, like, not load in yet to kill me? I'm genuinely unsure why I lived through that. This was one of the Mages Guild places. It's got necromancers in it. There might be some ghosts here. How the fuck do you know I'm here? Galur Rithari became a vampire because he yielded to his foe, hoping for a swift death. He got literally the exact opposite. A long undeath. Suppose the guy prevented him from seeking a cure. Yeah. Yeah, it does also bring up... Some vampires are just assholes. I say some. There's plenty who are just straight-up dicks. And turn people for the sheer fun of it. And just set them out like, hey, your life's ruined. Go on. This was funny to me. That's the only reason they needed to do that. One, where's the fucking... Did eventually get a cure, though, so good for him. Yeah. Like, in the story, the outright cure for vampirism... apparently the single easiest cure for vampirism... At least in Skyrim, it's turning into a werewolf. Just go do the companions thing. That'll get you. Well, in lore, the easiest way involves, like, partially soul-trapping the vampire part of you, I think is how they explain it. Because you need a soul gem to do it. The regular vampire cure in Skyrim. No, I know that. I was saying the easiest in gameplay. I know the regular one exists. I was just saying... If you want to go by the easiest way for the player to get it. Skyrim is the Black Soul Gem, yeah. In Morrowind, it's a potion you drink that Molag Bal got from Vermina. Oh yeah, because... Which raises the question of... Like... Molag Bal claims ownership of them, but... He doesn't own the cure. He's gotta go heckle Vermina to get it. The Skyrim one, I wonder if Valiant barters for your soul with the Black Soul Gem, or replaces your soul with the one in the Black Soul Gem. I almost wonder if he's able to just... If he sort of passing the vampirism on to the soul in there. And black soul gems, because they don't really... They can kind of ignore RK's rules, and that's how he's kind of able to finagle it. Because maybe RK doesn't let people just move vampirism from one to the other, but the black soul gem lets him kind of facilitate it. Still using gross forbidden magic to do it, but you know. Best of warding. Huh. Not gonna really pick up soul gems anymore. Except black ones, probably. Grand ones, too. I think there's stuff that wants that. Oh yeah, this is where that one guy was. They turned him into a headless zombie and expected me to be upset by it. He's not in here anymore, but the necromancers came back, so... I call forth that power. Accept the soul that we offer. As the sun ends the night and the darkness of this soul, return life to the creature you see before you. Oh. So maybe he's dealing with... Yeah, no, that does sound like he's making some kind of deal. He's bartering with it, probably offering it to Molag Bal in return for yours. Because Molag Bal likes to torment souls. Yeah, but... It could be...
Hello? Who's there?
It could be someone else, because Molag Bal's... Like... unless he's upped his game a lot, that's not how Molag Bal cures vampirism. It almost makes me wonder if it's some other entity, like the, Well, I can't remember what they're called, damn it. I feel real dumb for not remembering. The ones whose domain you go to in the vampire expansion. Which, that's actually another connection they could have. Skyrim vampirism is generally 100% Molag Bal. He seems to give it out, but... in terms of curing it, it's a little more ambiguous. Oh, this happened again. Oh, maybe I was just close enough on the side the spikes didn't get me. Well, I got... how much ectoplasm did I find? 2. Okay. The Ideal Masters? Yeah, them. They like dealing with soul gems, and they... Well, I suppose if they could just do it whenever they wanted, they might have turned her back. No, they wanted her alive, just under their control. Maybe? No, if she dies at all, do they get her soul? Like a cabal of ascended necromancers. Wasn't 100% sure how they worked, to be honest. Check Vindicel. Maybe they've got some ghost jizz. I suppose they might have ghosts, and I'll have to get the jizz myself. But, oh, Shadowmere. Scared the fuck out of me. You okay? What the? You leave my horse alone. Really funny. Just this mud crab corpse here is kind of a hint. It's like, why is that corpse there? Whoop! The Ideal Masters don't seem to care a lot about Valerica herself. They use her immortality to gain control over Durnavir. Yeah. So I suppose her immortality, like, having a dragon as a pet is a lot more useful than whatever they wanted to get out of her. Than one vampire's soul. So I guess it would be a lot more useful to leave her as a vampire, even if they can cure her whenever they feel like. Tricked him into a contract, ends when she dies, she'll never die. Yeah. I recall Durnavir very well. I actually really like Durnavir. He's cool. Like, he is very similar to the concept of a Dracolich from Dungeons & Dragons, which I think are really cool. Because in D&D, Dracoliches are kind of just straight up weaker than regular dragons. Because they just have more weaknesses, and they're kind of less immortal. But also more immortal in other ways. Honestly, stupid move on Durnavir's part. Yeah, making a deal with them in general is a bad idea. She just checked her pulse. Stupid ass. Don't seem to be ghosts in this alien ruin. Which sucks. At this point, he's been there so long, he can't leave even if he is contractually allowed to. Yeah. That's why it's fun to summon him out and give him a few minutes of being alive. He seems to enjoy it.
Umbra shall feed!
Oh!
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
Find him a nice town to raise. Hello, fucking Umbra. Was not expecting that. Nice of you to cool her off. She was warming up. Yeah, I'm so kind, aren't I? Hey, look, a weightless sword. Fuck. This is the second time this has happened. I did this in Morrowind too. I just ran across Umbra randomly at some point. I had no idea they were here. That's right. My stuff started breaking because she hit me. Morrowind, it basically is just a random encounter. Yeah. Even though... Oh, hey, Green Ghost. It's interesting that there's two Clavicus Vile things in Morrowind, but Clavicus Vile himself isn't. Because I also found his mask randomly. Some rumors in Suran that point you to him, but otherwise he's just there. Yeah, it's all unique Umbras stuff. But that's not what I was here for, so... Cool, if I ever find Clavicus's shrine, I already won. Don't you have to be level 20 to take that one, though? Well, you're being eaten from the inside. Do you want to play more Deltarune? Man, I'm picking Deltarune up, like, for my new Sunday and Tuesday streams. Now that I finished Rogue Trader. I honestly might just stream Saturday as well, because I've run out of excuses not to. Isn't really a Clavicus Vile thing in Morrowind, to be fair. Yeah, but Clavicus is somewhat I think it's a good association with him. It's this sword that makes you really strong, but... like, eventually you'll lose yourself to it. That feels like a very Clavicus Vile weapon to make, you know? Like, you don't really get to keep the glory of the weapon you made. You just of the weapon you wield. Eventually, it just feeds into the weapon itself's legend. It's very Faustian like that. Speaking of Faustian, actually, I was actually kind of reading up on that story, actually. How in very old versions of the tale... So there's the demon Mephistopheles who's tempting him. In the oldest versions of the tale, Mephistopheles is actually very, like... what are the words I'm looking for? Very, like, cordial. He's not nice, but he's very upfront about what's going to happen with the deal and what it means. But in the more popular tellings of the story, Mephistopheles is a trickster. Very clown-like in a lot of ways. In the early tales, he's also replaced somewhere in a third or halfway through by, like, actual Satan. Whereas in the newer versions, some characters call him Satan, but they do it to piss him off because they know it bugs him. Thing is, he didn't even make Umbra the way it is. He just wanted a mortal to make a sword that fed him souls. But she tricked him and trapped some of his power in it. She became sentient, started driving its wielders insane. Oh. That's also a very Clavicus Vile thing to have happen, for him to accidentally get better than what he, like, in the long run, a better version than what he was trying to do. Who's fighting? What? Mud crab. It's very Clavicus to stumble into something useful for you. Because, although he's very smart, he still strikes me as, like, as weirdly inept in a lot of ways. Like, people are very good at tricking him in a lot of his own stories, and he's got to hire muscle to enforce his stuff. Typical Clavicus Vile behavior. Yeah, I think, it's really funny. He's unintentionally funny. Like, he is not trying to be funny, but he is, because he keeps fucking up and making it harder for himself in a lot of shit. So much of his problems... So his realm of Oblivion is the Jersey Shore. So many of Clavicus Vile's problems are entirely self-inflicted, and that's so fitting for a wannabe Faustian character. If anything, I enjoy him more because he's kind of a screw-up. Now, he's still a powerful Daedric lord, and don't you fuck with him. Because he can get someone who can actually stop you. Alright, Ghosty. Oh, that's right, this pile isn't actually the body. The body is invisible and next to it. That's what's happening there. A lot of the time, the reasons he screws up are because his dog Barbarous helps mortals see through his tricks. Yeah. And then he tries to get rid of Barbas so that'll stop happening, but Barbas is like half his power, so he kinda can't do a damn thing. I think he splits himself into those two personas because the game would be unfair if it was just him and his full power against mortals. Because mortals are stupid and tiny. You think he does it on purpose to make it like a fair game? Or at least the original entity that Clavicus Vile and Barbas split from wanted that. That's an interesting take on it. See, I always assumed the opposite, is that Clavicus was actually a very lesser Daedra, and Barbas might have been the bigger power wielder, but they were friends and kind of came together to be a Daedric prince in general. Now, I don't know Clavicus Vile's specific history for how accurate that is. It's in his nature? Maybe. And, like, if someone, like, doesn't try to weasel their way out of his deal in any way, he does tend to offer them... He does tend to honor the spirit of his deal, if they're just doing a task that he set them out to do. Because he rarely tries to renege on the player characters. Like, try to, oh, you asked for this? Then I'll just kill that, and that'll solve your problem. Or, okay, I'll kill you. That'll mean you're not worrying about it anymore. He'll be like, no, I'm not supposed to do that. You actually did what I asked, and you didn't complain about it. That's fine. Same entity, that's why neither can really separate from the other. That makes sense. This fair bargaining, Vile never lies, he just misleads. Yeah. He does double speak, but if he explicitly tells you how he will fulfill a bargain, that's how he's gonna do it. Though, listen to his wording on it, just to be safe. I think the most trickery he tries to do is, like, if you try to, get around your end of the deal, then he'll try to be like, alright, then you don't get what I offered. And it's like, but I want both. It's, he is weirdly fair for how often people try to get out of deals with him. Alright, I think that was the last one I needed. Oh, I could have gone home a little earlier, actually. It's in his nature, yeah. I actually do really like that as a writing concept. And again, Dungeons & Dragons tries to get for it. Is that, the sort of Faustian deal characters, if they aren't very upfront about, like, if they are reneging on deals, like trying to weasel out of their own deals, then they get in trouble. So a lot of them have to be very honorable about it. And I think that's very interesting. Daedric Prince can be nothing more or less than the manifestation of their sphere. Man, this ring kind of means I don't even need all that illusion I bought. I say bought like I didn't just spam. Cannot change, so Vile can't stop honoring his deals, even if it means that mortals never honor theirs. Yeah. Actually, I'll still take grand ones. Major wound. Might actually be a good one to know. Drain health 15 points for 10 seconds. Ooh! That actually is pretty good. Yeah, I think that's really cheap, and I don't, because it's not Fire, Frost, or Lightning, stuff isn't going to resist it as much. Except Bretons, they'll resist it just as much as everything else, but you know. Yep. A very interesting story I like being told is a sort of Faustian devil, you know, a dealing devil, they will straight up, in some regard, break the contract they made. And then a bigger, stronger devil, who's usually, like, the one you never want to mess with, actually calls a hit out on them, because that's not how it works. Like, they did that in Supernatural. Why are you not losing health? What the hell was that about? Am I missing something about the drain health spell? I feel like he should have died from the first one I did. Worry about that thing later. Sorry, I had to clean my glasses real quick. Actually, check something. Yeah, it doesn't tell me how drain specifically works. Is it literally decreasing their max health? Ah. If so, this is fucking worthless, but that doesn't sound like something that should be called wound.
Have you found me?
Yeah.
Well, you've got the ectoplasm. Seems you Fighters Guild types can do a job when you put your mind to it. Tell your men I'll pay them for Minotaur horns and ogre teeth. The Fighters Guild will be my sole supplier. I look forward to doing more business. Goodbye.
So, I'm guessing that this mercenary Blackwood company is gonna be our antagonist for this Fighters Guild thing.
You don't belong here. Get out.
This is a fucking business.
I've told you what we need. Find ingredients from our guard, huh? Works for me. I'll let the other men know. Appreciate your help, friend.
Don't call me friend.
should be
I
happy.
hate your fucking guts.
Horses with better sense than you.
Yeah, I was getting through that. It also reminds me, people are very rude. A lot of people are for no goddamn reason. A very interesting topic, and a lot of myths and legends, and this was actually originally kind of brought to my attention by... I mentioned my old college roommate was an anthropologist. He's very sorry about humans.
Hi.
The dissemination of stories, how they change as they're told. And how the original version, something that's very hard to, a cognitive bias that's very hard to get over, is, the idea that the original version is the superior and true one. It might be the original intended one, but it's not necessarily the superior one.
Nothing I'd like to talk about.
It's like... Mephi being this straight-laced little devil who gets replaced by the actual devil later on is less interesting than this trickster who...
Chestnut Handy Stables now offers to protect your horse.
Who actually has the ear of Big G God himself.
Say the same.
And is technically doing God's work by tempting people, because temptation... Virtue without temptation is meaningless, was kind of the point I went to.
Some people really
Fine, what was Earth doing without us anyway?
What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel?
I'm looking for results from you. What have you found out?
Nah, I got it.
The Blackwood Company has taken that much of a foothold in Leowyn. Those sons of... Never mind. You've done your job. Here's your payment for it.
I like that this guy's actually, like, way nicer to you as soon as you've done, like, a job for him. Just floating in space. Yeah, I mean... And the dinosaurs, that had nothing to do with us. That was way before we got here. Don't try to pin that on humanity.
You've done well. Because of your efforts, you have achieved the rank of Swordsman of the Fighters Guild.
I have never used a sword in my life and don't intend to start. Any duties?
I don't have anything for you right now. Speak with Azan or Grokash. Get some more seasoning, and maybe
more seasoning?
Or perhaps you're ready for advancement.
I already advanced, actually, but...
Good
Nothing
day.
I'd like to talk about.
Bye.
Be seeing you.
Yeah, he said talk to them, but I'm gonna level with you. I don't remember where the fuck they are.
How are you?
Just no idea. Deserve it, they're getting too big for their britches. The funny part is, that's literally what happened to a bunch of them. Although the meteoric impact wiped out a very substantial part of their population, a big problem was just that it wasn't... After that explosion, it was no longer sustainable for animals of that size to continue existing, especially as oxygen levels decreased. So they literally got too big to stay around. And that's why the living ones turned into much smaller stuff. Damn it, where are, like, Ozza and the other one? Actually, I don't remember. Were they in Skingrad? Or was one of them in Skingrad, maybe? I don't fucking remember, and it's really annoying that they expect me to. What have the birds done lately? Birds aren't real. Okay, this one tells me. Azan in Anvil or Burrs in Cheydinhall. Thank you. I feel smart for actually looking there. Find it. Let's go to Cheydinhall. Bye, Horrell. I'm actually gonna step away for a minute. I left my water downstairs. Oopsie poopsie. And yes, I can use stairs, I just can't run. I return. Thank you for your patience. Unless you were impatient, in which case, if you were impatient and ran away, well, fuck you for leaving. I wasn't gone that long, like a minute or two. Had to get water and maybe... might rain later, who knows. Been raining a lot lately, and I prefer it that way. I think it should rain always. If I had my way, it would always be raining at very slightly at all times. Just enough to be like a nice, pleasant raindrops at all times. And there can be some sunlight getting through. We don't need thick clouds. Thin ones are fine. Just enough sunlight for the plants to get by. That's it. If you live in a desert, well, sucks to be you. Actually, I'd say that applies to real life too, actually. Living in a desert sounds terrible.
Well met.
Yeah, hi. You live in desert? Doesn't sound fun. I like rain too much to live in a desert. Though, at least in a dry... At least there the nights are cool. Sometimes you get hot nights if it's raining too much. There's rain? Sometimes? Yeah, but not often enough. I like lots of rain. 3 times a year? Yeah, I like, See, my ideal, where... honestly, a place I would actually love to live is, like, Seattle, around that area, because it genuinely is just constantly raining there.
I've got another contract for you, meat.
Don't call me
meat. I
meat.
You won't embarrass yourself.
Me being a dick all of a sudden.
It's from Biena Amelian at the Water's Edge settlement. She needs something.
Oh god, your mouth is still enormous. I forgot about how big it was.
Try not to muck it up.
Don't eat me, please. What did you say?
You'll find her at the Water's Edge. Haul your carcass to that settlement, meat.
I have a big mouth, dude. Don't fuck it up, meat. Well, you have a big mouth and you're gross and weird. Yeah. They're the ugliest orcs in Tess for sure. Yeah, but they feel intentionally ugly. Just creepy and gross. Nah, I don't know. Arena orcs are... No, I'd say arena orcs are the worst designed. I wouldn't say they're the ugliest. Because they're like the classic old-school pig orcs. Which is just boring for me. I feel like orcs as a mythos are so much better than that. It rains all the time when the streets become human soup? No? Why would they? I don't know what streets you live on, but there's not typically humans on... And I'm talking about a light, constant rain with proper guttering. I think this is literally decreasing their health by an amount for X seconds. That's not really a wound. It means you can't kill with it. So, yeah, here's stuff. Damage health. Admittedly, that's way less good than this. But that's torrential flooding. That's not going to happen with a constant light stream of water if you're in a place that has proper safeguards. Like, working gutters, I mean. A functioning sewage system. And look, I understand this is an unrealistic desire, but I just like... What the hell? Mike, is that you? You motherfucker, come back here. I want to talk to you. Do you live in a desert? Mike?
Mike knows much. Tell some. Mike knows many things others do not.
Where's your funny hat? I guess he doesn't always wear it anyway.
Some people wish to throw their weapons. That seems foolish to Mike. If you hold your weapon, you only need one.
I'd say the way worse thing is that they suck.
Take care.
In the only game they're in. My throwing weapons are not good in Morrowind, and it's the only game with them. Hey, if you live in a desert, well, I guess you just... I don't know what you want out of me about that. I'm saying I like rain and I wish it happened more. You live in a place with very little rain. It sounds unpleasant.
Can you help me?
Not if you stand that close.
Hello. You must be from the Fighters Guild. I'm glad you're here. I need your
friend
help
is playing
to repay a
Morrowind?
debt.
Ah, cool. I played it some time ago. I think you know about that. Was this about a debt?
I'm afraid so.
Let me use a
My
spell to
father
fling
had a
himself
bit of
across
an
the
issue
map.
with gambling.
Ah, yes.
I'm afraid he built up a rather large debt.
The
Now
Scrolls
that
of
he's
Icarian
gone,
Flight.
The debt is mine.
Where's your father?
Gone. Dragged from our house in the night.
Shit.
To pay the debt, I'd like to sell the sword and armor of my grandfather, or I might be next.
How much is the debt?
A great deal. Over 1,000 septims. My father was quite a gambler. Quite a bad gambler.
Yeah.
They were buried with my grandfather in the family tomb.
I mean,
The
it's your
sword and
stuff.
cuirass
You can do
were
what you want with it.
enchanted and should cover my debt. Please, get them for me.
Where are they?
Not far, in my family's ancestral tomb. Here, I can mark it on your map. Please. You're my only hope.
Sure, I'll get it. And hey, you know what? If I really like the enchantments on them, unlikely, I don't really do sword, maybe I'll buy them off you with... I'd pay above price. Your first potential customer to get the money from is right here, if I like them. The armor would have to have a very nice enchantment that I'm probably not going to want. The chameleon effect doesn't extend to my weapon. Yeah, I think I can't get the... I don't think I can get the water jumping, skipping on water thing, unless my actual skill is 75 or above, even if it's in fortified above it. Yeah, in Morrowind, that's one of the means of fast travel. In fact, it's the earliest one... one of the earliest. It's the earliest one you can set up. With proper setup, you can use the... I think there's only 3 of them to get really far really fast. But in the late game, when you have like all the mages guilds and you've got the dual amulets that teleport you, you can jump between places really fast with proper setup. I remember, like, early on, it was taking me real life an hour to get to where I needed to go just because it was so far. But by the end of the game, I was warping across Morrowind, just chain teleportations, because I had set everything up. Travel sure was fast, alright? Yeah, that's... you could call it a lot of things. Fast has to be one of them. Oh, mushrooms. Alright. I do like, in this game, there's just items you can... I suppose there's only the one so far. There's an item you get that means you don't need that skill anymore. I don't need to have lockpicking leveled. I have the skeleton key. I can just press this button as many times as it takes. Ah. See that other way to go. The wall won't shift. Fair enough. Why is every tomb in... Yeah, look, I get it in Morrowind. They literally put them there as guardians. Why is every tomb in Cyrodiil a home for the undead? Like, it's all of them. It's not just one or two. It's every single one. There's not even necromancers in half of them, so why the fuck are they here? Is there something in the goddamn water supply? Yeah, that skull made me think it was a guy, like, walking down there. Ebony arrows. Let's build up a stack of those. Did not mean to pick up the steel one, though. Well, I'll be damned. I didn't think that was gonna work. Rusif Amelion's Cuirass. Rusif Amelion's Sword. And I'm over encumbered. I don't need these. Frost shield on self 6%. That's okay. Frost damage on strike, 5 points. These are not very powerful enchantments, but... Let me see, 327 and 710. Yeah, together these would about cover it. Oh, those boots actually were just enough to get me under again. Retrieve the ceremonial sword and armor from the Amelion tomb. Return them to Bien Amelion. I need to get item storage so I can put some of this sentimental crap away. Not wrong, but at least they tried. Looking at you, Skyrim. What are we talking about? What am I not wrong about? I'm sure you're correct that I'm not wrong, but... Failed. The title? Oh. Wait, the stream title, you mean? Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, they're not even in Skyrim. The Companions are basically the Fighters Guild. I mean, to be fair, it's more based on the werewolf storyline, which I think is more fun than whatever they're doing here. And it's actually pretty unexpected the first time it happens. Like, you don't... Fighters Guild for furries. Yeah. I do question the decision to force you to be a werewolf to progress it. But at the same time, being a werewolf really doesn't have detriments in that game. They're not losing much. Hey, Shadowmere. Narratively stupid, though? Nah. I don't mind the companion's quest. Narratively, becoming a werewolf is supposed to be a big deal and it damns your soul to the realm of her scene. Oh, yeah. Narratively, it should be a big deal that's happening to you.
You found them. Fantastic. I can't tell you what this means to me.
There you go.
Thank you.
I don't really want them.
Thank you so much.
They're very heavy also.
Hopefully, I'll be able to sell these for enough to pay my debt.
If you're smart with
You're
it, you should be able to get, like... How's your debt doing?
I can't tell you how much you'll help me. I'll never forget this.
If they weren't so heavy, I might have tried to buy them off you, but not for me. Yeah. All the gods in Daedra all have a claim on the Dragonborn soul. Why would Kodlak and Vilkas allow this shit to happen anyway? They don't like being werewolves. Kodlak apparently used to enjoy it. Like, he didn't mind when he first turned. He does mention... They do mention that they're actually turning new people behind Kodlak's back, and he doesn't necessarily know that you're a werewolf right away. But they allow Ayla and Skjor and Farkas to bully newbies into becoming werewolves. As they said, they straight up say they're doing it without Kodlak's approval. And Kodlak technically isn't the leader. Why would Vilkas not tell him? Vilkas is on his side. Well, I don't think Vilkas is there to learn either. Dragonborn is medieval John Constantine. I mean... Well, I don't know enough about John Constantine. I know people who write for him keep meeting him in real life and being annoyed by it. Because he just kind of shows up at a bar, talks to them, and then leaves. It's happened several times to several different Constantine writers. It's less cool than it sounds. Because it's still John Constantine who's a dick.
A pleasure to speak with you.
You're not who I'm
Take
here to
care.
speak with. Just standing directly beneath him. Hey, Burrs.
You need to finish out the contract with Biena Amelian in Water's Edge.
You know the entire
What's the
Companion's quest line
status?
is just 6 quests. I did not. With all the... Yeah, the Radiant quest padding. I never realized. Still, I like the Companion's quest line more than the Mage's Guild... the College of Winterhold quest line. At least in terms of narrative. Because, like, the Mage's Guild, the College of Winterhold, you don't do shit. As a college. Lowest bar, you're not wrong. But it's a bar I still feel the need to point out. I feel like the Companion's quest line, the story it is telling, is at least an interesting one. Even though, on some level, it's gotta jump some hoops to tell it. Daggerfall is all Radiant quests? Yeah. You're not wrong. But Daggerfall is a very different game at the end of the day.
Got a sword and armor for her, huh? Not bad work, meat. Here's your payment for the
Stop
contract.
smiling, it makes your mouth look even bigger. Any other contracts?
Nothing now, not at your rank.
Yeah.
Seeing you.
I think the convenience storyline is a decent-ish narrative. It's just a bad RPG narrative because it allows no agency. Yeah. If there was a branch in it where it's like, if you get to branch between choosing whether or not to be a werewolf, I think that would have done a lot of good work for it. Like, maybe the branch of, if you're a werewolf, you're helping maybe the Circle doesn't trust you as much, but Codlac is a bit more of a, or Wait, it can't make a single choice in the entire quest line, even a fake choice. Become a werewolf because AL said so. Now free Codlac's spirit because the Circle tells you to. I mean, for Codlac's spirit, I at least can't think of a good reason not to do it. Like, for the free Codlac's spirit thing, I just have to think, like... Well, you can refuse to do that, but then you're just refusing to play the game. Like, that's just the next thing the companions are setting out to do. I feel like that doesn't need a choice to it. Become Harbinger because the Spirit of Codlac said so. Yeah, becoming a Harbinger like that feels a little cheap. But then again, most of the, other than being Listener for the Dark Brotherhood, but the Dark Brotherhood quest is just good in general. Like, that one's like, all the characters involved are at least a little fun. Werewolf mods help. Yeah, the mods that make Werewolf actually, like, good in the late game or on higher difficulties. Like, I understand they didn't want to make it, like, crazy broken. But, like, even with the perk fully maxed, Werewolf just isn't that good. Vilcus should be the Harbinger? That's what I was gonna say, like, if for the werewolf quest line, if you had the choice of become a werewolf and you're working for most of the Circle, or refuse and maybe Vilcus is kind of your confidant, giving you quests.
Good to see you.
How goes it?
Ayla isn't very trustworthy, evidently, and Farkas is just stupid. Ayla's apparently just hot-headed, and Farkas is stupid, yeah. And the other guy died. And all the other ones don't matter as characters. Like, they're very nothing characters.
Hello.
How are you?
I think you can marry one or two of them. And they're a little interesting as marriage candidates. But most of them are very one-note. And the blades just suck. The blades are terrible. The only one you remember is the Dark Elf who got beat up by a strong Nord woman. Ah, yeah. I remember the very chipper, only joined just before you did, girl, who says, I killed a bear with my bare hands today. Did you kill anything? She's kind of funny.
Well, what have we here?
Hey, Zan.
Looking for some more work, are you?
Yeah.
Good to see you working hard.
Rhea, I think, yeah, that sounds right.
You to deal with an anvil.
What's up in Anvil?
Our Fighters Guild chapter here is big, primarily because we're a training center, which earns us each a good living.
Oh, yeah. Was it Prophet?
You should listen to him preach. He may sound crazy at first, but the longer you...
Okay. Thieves?
There have been a number of thefts in the area.
Ah.
And witnesses believe the thieves are holed up nearby. Check
Delphine, more like Delphi on these nuts.
I'm not sure the numbers you'll be dealing with, so I'm sending you with another new recruit, Maglier. I believe you two have already met.
Oh.
Get moving.
Yeah, the blades just suck. It's like... It feels bad because it's just a quest you never complete. And there is no good reason to complete it.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah?
We've got one. Payday! Let's roll!
Hey, we're getting what you wanted. 2 people on this mission. I probably could have done it myself, but hey. I mean, you're probably going to be held back for advancement, but they gotta know how good you are at this stuff. You failed. You did. I'm not going to lie for you.
How goes it?
The attempt to pose a moral dilemma on the right action with Parthenax is overwhelmed by sheer irritation at Delphine for being a bossy bitch. There's also the fact that Parthenax has given you no real reason to, like, Parthenax says that distrusting him is a wise thing to do because he is still a dragon, and it's still in his nature to turn on you, he believes. But his actions really don't lead to that.
Need a champion. The blood of the Bellas.
Da-da-da. Oh, that's for the DLC, isn't it?
Uttered acolytes cries out for vengeance! Vengeance!
I wouldn't go in there unless you have a strong stomach. We have orders to leave everything just the way it was until the investigation into the chapel attack. But
yeah, noted.
We'll take up.
Travel with another fairly new recruit, Maga. Go to Anvil first, see what information I can learn about the thieves. I guess I could ask you. I guess you don't know.
Fine.
Oh, wait.
Sounds like we need to ask around Endor for any clues.
Yeah.
I'm Hasathil.
Know anything? That's what we're gonna do, huh?
We'll see. Excellent. I accept.
Fundamentally, it's a question of whether it's justifiable to punish him for his crimes. At the same time, there's a statute of limitations on that shit.
We'll see. I appreciate the gesture. Can't say I know anything myself, but I heard that Newheim the Portly had some things stolen and he's been asking around about it.
That's something you felt you couldn't tell unless you trusted someone?
Tide rises.
Like, I don't know. I feel like it's been, what, thousands of years? He has actively worked to fight against the very force he used to be a part of. He regrets his actions. I don't know. I really have never found anyone who believes that he deserves punishment for those crimes that are before anyone other than him alive today was even around. He knows what he did wrong, he made steps to fix this shit. Like, he is actively the head of a monastic order that is... Okay, if you want to make the argument of the Greybeards have a responsibility to use the power they have to help, I think that's an ideological question they could ask. I think if it were simply a help the Greybeards or help the Blades, like, I think that would be an interesting moral dilemma.
Hell, what can Newheim the Portly do for you?
Here you been robbed?
Aye, I know about those scum. Rotten bastards robbed me blind, they did. Stole a family heirloom. Bunch of Bosmer, if you can believe it. No offense to your friend, of course. Last I heard, they were holed up in Hirota Cave, not too far from here.
They still commit some serious war crime shit. Yeah, but again, statute of limitations.
You'll find it north of Anvil. Good luck. And give it to those bastards good. Farewell.
Then again, I don't know if there's any country where there's a statute of limitations on war crimes. But there's usually amnesty for defection, is the thing, and he definitely defected to the mortal side. And I feel like he should get amnesty for that. It's like asking if Hitler doesn't deserve to be punished because he spent thousands of years in a monastery atoning. I mean... that's slightly different. Because Hitler was the one in charge, fully. You'd have to say someone who worked for Hitler did it. They still helped him, but you can't quite... because Alduin would have to be Hitler in that analogy, is the problem. See, but Hitler is dead, though. Yeah, that's the thing. Parthenax was Alduin's right-hand man. Yes, but he was not Alduin. It is slightly different. Not very far down the chain. No, but it's still a distinction I think in need of making. Maybe I'm being pedantic about that, but... If you're the right-hand man, you can't claim much diffusion of responsibility. Fair enough. But, no. Actually, the reason that there's still some diffusion is that Parthenax is still the one who helped put Alduin out of commission and stop him. So I think it still does have to be someone not quite Hitler. Literally at the guy's right hand agreeing with his decisions. Yeah, but it'd be like if Hitler's right hand turned on him and got Hitler locked away for several thousand years and didn't turn up again until Hitler reawakened. Which is also a problem with the analogy. I don't know, maybe we should just keep it simpler and say he's Hitler in the analogy. You're probably right, and I'm overcomplicating it. Arrow of Qualms. Demoralize. You can keep it. What kind of bow is this? Ebony bow. 1 extra damage for 2 more weight. I'll take it. Ebony bow is still cool as hell. Ebony arrows, hell yeah. Not a small amount of them, either. $30 of them. Awesome. Iron arrow shaking my head. Like, yeah. Come on, they're a high enough level that ebony stuff is starting to spawn, and you have 70 iron arrows with you. Like, at least pick up some steel or silver, man. Did end up going wait a damn second. It did in fact wait a second. Yeah, I feel like there's still enough of a disconnect in that he already helped stop the initial Hitlery.
This is unbelievable.
To help mitigate. And again, he betrayed the dragons, or he defected, I should say. Which usually comes with amnesty. That's Daedric. Daedric stuff starting to spawn? Mace of Encumbrance. If it didn't encumber me by itself, I'd be interested. Oh, he had bound gear, that's what it was. That makes sense. There's also the idea that Parthenax represents the most severe existential threat after Alduin. Like, what if Parthenax decides to become the next Alduin? See, that was more what I was leaning towards. That's an argument he tries to make. But you never get any real indication that he's in actual danger of doing that. Like, he says that he believes he's still in danger of doing that. But the fact that he believes that kind of lends credence to the idea that he won't do it. Because he is that aware of himself, and that disciplined of his own desires. It's like Picard letting Hugh go in Star Trek. seemed the moral decision at the time, but if it turned out destroying the world, no one would have felt very comforted by that. That is true. But I do also think, like, okay, there's one point I absolutely can't get behind. It's, he betrayed before, that means he'll betray again. It's not the same thing. He betrayed for moral reasons. The only reason he'd betray again is for the same moral reasons. Where's the point where the moral decision takes a backseat to the prudent decision for the survival of mankind? But how prudent is it, is the problem, because he's still a source of knowledge and power who is ostensibly on the mortal side still. Like, he could betray us, but the Dragonborn could betray them all. Hell, the Dragonborn can betray mortality entirely. Though, not to the extent of some others. We like to think character progression is a straight line that always goes toward the better. People do regress sometimes. Yeah, but the thing is, Parthenax would have to regress thousands of years of effort all at once that he is making active and constant efforts to avoid. And that feels a lot different from, they are on a trend towards better, but they could still relapse. Like, Parthenax isn't recently converted. He's been converted since before Alduin was knocked down the first time. People fall to their character failings, especially under trauma. Parthenax does admit he feels like his brother has died when Alduin is killed. Yes. But I never get the sense that Parthenax is in any real danger of reverting. Because it would be so much to revert from. Knows Alduin had to die, but he still feels pain about it. And again, feeling pain about someone he used to consider a very close friend. That still lends me towards he's still hanging on to his empathy. He's still an empathetic individual who's not just gonna turn at a dime because he wants power. It's not so far. Like he says, domination is just the nature of a dragon. Yeah. But again, he also doesn't, while he does believe that that a dragon is inherently capable of that, he still sees it as the wise decision to let him live. And I don't know, I feel like his opinion's pretty strong on that. I feel like his opinion matters for a lot on what people are capable of. No matter how much effort he puts into it, he cannot get very far from because it is the nature of a dragon. I don't know. I think he has gotten far from it. He still feels the pull to do it, but he's aware of that pull and actively ignores it. Thing is, it's not a, he could fall at any moment, it's a... I think, like... I do not feel that Parthenax is a danger to the world as it stands. Like, even with his own concerns that he could turn back, it doesn't feel... All he has to do is become lax in his efforts to resist the pull, which we have no indication that he does or ever will. He can be pulled right back. I mean... It's a lot of, he could, but... He's held out this long, and there's no indication it's getting harder for him. If anything, it sounds like it's getting easier the longer he does it. A lot can happen in the eternity of a dragon's life. Yes. But also, this is starting to get into a, friggin' Minority Report thing. Where... Is it right to punish someone for a crime before they do it? Because you know they will. Because, I mean, as Minority Report eventually comes out, that's just one possible future of it. And you're punishing them for something they might not have done. And ultimately, I don't think it's moral to preemptively punish someone to prevent them from doing something you don't know they're gonna do. Could he turn on the world one day? Yes. But he's also way less immortal than Alduin. And actually, as far as prophecy goes, that's never going to happen until Alduin comes back to actually eat the world. Because again, this is a plot point. Alduin's not gone for good, actually. You didn't eat his soul. He'll come back at some point to consume Tamriel. To consume Nirn, actually.
Oh, hello.
It's all very hypothetical, and the chance is not very high. Like I said, it's approaching the question of does the moral choice take a backseat to protecting all of mankind? Decision can't be taken in a vacuum, we have to examine the high stakes. Yeah, that is another question of... do you accept doing something knowing it's immoral for the sake of it might help? But that's... again, we're also coming down to... that's not really... the game did not explain that in the correct way. Picard deciding to send Hugh back to the Borg safely.
So have you taken care of those thieves yet?
I think there's also an argument that doing the right thing in the moment just because it's the right thing to do is still right. It's still moral, even if later something bad happens because of it, it was still the right thing to do. I think I think plenty of stories focus on that, and in a good way.
Cleared them out, did you? Good work, you two.
Like, Star Trek would, I feel like, good Star Trek leans towards that. But also lots of Superman stories will lean on that. Lots of DC stories in general. Feels it's a moral decision because Hugh is a life form and the Borg are a species. The Starfleet Admiral rebukes that he may have signed the death warrant of the entire Alpha Quadrant.
You're due for advancement. I hereby name you Protector of the Fighters Guild.
Sweet.
I've been told to send you to Coral for some duties.
Sure, I'll go to Horal.
Good afternoon.
Back to Horal. Yeah, I definitely see the point you're making.
Hello.
Like, should morality take a backseat to doing what's right? To doing what's good for the world? And I kind of end up leaning on the opinion that a moral decision is right because it's moral, even if people get hurt because of it. No, I definitely see your point, and I don't think you're wrong, but I have my own opinion on it. It kind of leads into the same question of... I suppose this specifically is a different question. Is the moral imperative not to protect people, though? That is also true. Is it not immoral to make a decision knowing it puts such a massive risk on so many people? See, Star Trek is a very different question, because with the Borg, it's a real and present, it's a very real threat, and Hugh, even if Hugh turns over a new leaf somehow, that doesn't guarantee the Borg will.
I steered clear of them.
I feel like the Star Trek question is kind of on a different scale than the Parthenax question.
I hope I can
Hey,
help.
Modron. Yeah, I heard you got something for me?
I've got another job for you, slightly off the record. You'll be going on a mission with Varanus Daunton. Yes, the Guildmaster's son.
You say yes like I already knew that. Who?
You're to accompany him and make sure he succeeds. He needs some time in the field to get his confidence up, or he'll never become a good warrior. Valena coddles the boy too much.
Similar stake in that
Doesn't want him in
Parthenax,
the
if
line
he
of
becomes the new
fire.
Alduin,
Suppose
could
it's
enslave or
those
destroy all the
cards
races of
after
Nirn.
the tellers.
It's a similar
Time's
stake,
wasting.
but it's a very dissimilar chance, is my argument.
What is it? You've got... His mother's been holding him back, protecting him.
It just waits for you, the last Dragonborn, to die, then no one could ever stop him.
Galtus Previa was lost there, and you're to find him. And not a word of this to the Guildmaster. Go find him. He'll be in the Dantan house, most likely. And bring him back in one piece. Time's wasting.
Right. Yeah, he could. But you never get the impression that's a plan he has in the slightest.
I'm here to relieve you.
Well, my feet
like,
are killing me.
I feel like your version of the question is a good moral one. The problem is that's not the version of the question the game is actually posing. The version is Delphine's version. That he did bad and he could betray us again, even though I have no proof. And Parthenax acknowledges, it's not unwise for her to distrust me, because she doesn't know me. I know me, and I know I'm not going to change, but she's not me, so she doesn't know that. I think it is posing this question, but Delphine is such an ass no one thinks about it. I think this is the question they wanted to pose. But it's not the question they wound up actually posing, is more what I'm getting at.
Greetings, guildmate. What can I do for you?
Verana Staunton?
What can I do for you? A mission? Well, of course. I'm sure we can do this. You say this came from Orain himself?
Relies on trusting Parthenax to be entirely honest, even if that honest could be detrimental to him. Parthenax tell you the truth if the truth would cause you to kill him? It comes down to the question of, I feel no reason to distrust Parthenax, and I think distrust is... I have every reason to trust Parthenax and very little reason to trust... I'm messing it up. The thing is, yes, I do trust Parthenax to tell me the truth about that. Because I don't feel like he's given me any cause to distrust him. Your mother is not to... no time, we've got to go.
I'm prepared, of course. I'm sure there's no need to speak to Mother at all. Let's go. I'm with you.
Like, on some level, I do think that Parthenax would allow himself to die if he thought he was a threat.
What's new with you?
I understand.
But the act of knowing himself so well and his meditations means he's not a threat. At least not a threat insofar as I can be aware. Like, yes, maybe hundreds or thousands of years down the line, he might become a threat again. But I think, at that point, it just has to be someone else's job. The last Dragonborn's job is to make sure Alduin doesn't eat the world. And that's about it. Their job isn't to prevent every dragon ever from ever being a threat for the rest of time. Feel like, the Nine put the last Dragonborn there to do what needed doing, and everything else didn't need doing. But that's, of course, also some level of trust in the Nine, which I don't always have. Maybe Parthenax will become the prophesied Alduin at the end of the world who consumes the world. Maybe. But then, that's supposed to happen. So is it right to prevent that from happening if it's what's supposed to happen? Like, if Alduin isn't supposed to send the world, isn't supposed to end the world yet, then that's what the last Dragonborn's for. But if a new Alduin comes out and eats the world, then it's supposed to happen. The right to prevent Alduin from doing it this time. Yes, because you're the last Dragonborn, and therefore it's specifically your job to do it. That's kind of what the entire prophecy is about. There's even people who say, if there's no Dragonborn, then we're just supposed to die here. But there is a Dragonborn, so... you're not, we're supposed to, then Alduin is supposed to be stopped. That's like the whole point of the legend. Baroness Staunton and I have arrived at Non-Will Cavern. I have to find out what happened to Galtus Previa, and I should make sure no harm comes to the young Daunton. Now, at the end of the day, this does come down to, like, define authority, which I'm not always a fan of in games, like, narratively. But this one is, like, so open-ended, I think it's fine. You fucking moron. He rushed as soon as possible towards 3 trolls. You're lucky I'm here, you goddamned idiot. Prophecy only says that Alduin will return. The last Dragonborn will appear at the same time. That doesn't sound right. It might mean that the Dragonborn might fail. Well, it means that the Dragonborn might fail. World Eater wakes and the wheel turns upon the last Dragonborn. I think I actually forgot to get my arrows out of those other ones. These are ebony arrows. I should absolutely be min-maxing these. What the last Dragonborn does when the wheel turns upon them is entirely up to them. True enough. But there seems to be an agreement among basically everyone in story that the last Dragonborn is supposed to stop Alduin. Even Parthen asks him if it's right to them to stop them at the end of the world. Does he? I do not recall that. It has been a hot minute since I've played. The world is to end, then would it be right to prevent the birth of the next? Then again, the fact that the prophecy says that doesn't specify what the Dragonborn does almost implies that it doesn't matter what decision they make, it's still right. Or maybe it's not commenting on the rightness of it at all. They like being alive, they're very much biased. Yeah, but... well, here's the thing. If they didn't want Alduin to be stopped, if Alduin wasn't supposed to be stopped, then why'd the Divines put another Dragonborn out? If it was time for the next world. Like... I feel like if it's time for the next world, you wouldn't make something that can prevent the next world. Unless the Divines are defying destiny, but I don't think they can do that. Maybe it's supposed to be up to the last Dragonborn? This is a question that even the game doesn't really ask. Like, one character points it out a little bit. But... well, this comes to the question of, I think it is always moral to fight for your own survival. Even at the cost of others, I do not think it is immoral to save yourself first. Now, do I think it is more moral to sacrifice yourself in the name of others? Yes. But I don't think it's necessarily immoral to save yourself at the cost of others. Unless you are directly killing them to maintain your own life. But if it's you or someone else, I think it's right to kill for you. Maybe there's some free will to have here. Even the gods are gonna weigh in, so the question of right and wrong is on us. Yeah, but I think it's, like I said, I think it is right to fight for your own survival. Not necessarily sacrifice others for your survival, but fight for your survival. And if you win, then, well, you win. I think there's some limits to that kind of thinking. Yeah, it's not quite what I meant. Immoral to kill a bunch of babies to save yourself? Probably not, no. I'm more meant along the lines of, is it moral to stop someone who has if someone has some kind of moral imperative, believing that killing you will save someone else, I don't think it's wrong for you to resist dying. Even if that person is correct. Do I think it's still moral for you to allow yourself to die? Yes. But I don't necessarily think it's immoral for you to fight for your own survival. That's more the point I was trying to get at. What if someone's gonna kill a bunch of babies or you and you get to choose? Well, again, that's being given a sadistic choice. That's more a trolley problem thing. That's not quite what I'm getting at. I don't know if I call it moral to choose yourself knowing a bunch of babies will die. Yeah, that's kind of not quite what I'm getting at. I more meant I think it's moral to resist destruction, even at the potential cost of life. Not in a literal, like, saw-ass trap, let me cut off your arm, or I'll kill you, or die, or whatever. Like, if it's like a third person, then then that person is already being immoral, and I don't think the morality of what you're doing should be called into question at that point. In the case of the next world, it's not like they even exist yet. Yeah, that is a potential. I think it is fully moral to resist your own destruction if it is the possibility of a new world that's better. I think it is always moral to resist the destruction of the current world. Because of the act of resistance itself can never be immoral, I think. That's more what I was trying to get at, but I articulated it wrong for a while there. And I even noticed. It's so weird to me Orcish was like... Well, let me check, actually. What is it in this game? No, it's heavy here. I guess it going from medium to heavy was fine. Your point was, you think in very particular circumstances, it could be immoral if it's weighted against such an immoral act. Maybe.
We should get back to Orain. You two.
Yep. Here's Galtus. I think there's some things which have a higher moral value than preserving your own life. Yes. But I don't think... I do agree with that for sure. And I was articulating wrong when I kind of... Like, I was even starting to be like, no, I don't believe that. Most cases, I think it's perfectly moral to protect your own life. If some saw-ass motherfucker is gonna present a sadistic choice, yeah. Well, here's the thing. My way of thinking on, like, the saw sadistic choice is, then the moral choice is to fight him and not play his game. Like, I think that is still moral, even if that means he's going to kill someone who can't defend themselves. Like, refusing to choose, I think, is a moral choice in that situation. Because you're still condemning someone to die, and I think it is, on some... It is still more immoral of him to impose that than you to resist it. But that's also another question that's like, is it right? What if you know you won't succeed? I mean, that's getting into predetermination stuff. Like, you can't know. That's something you really can't know in a lot of cases. Then you die and they die and nothing you did had any value at all. No, I don't fully agree with that. I think the act of resisting at all still has value, even if it fails. Obviously he's immoral, but I don't think that cancels out anyone else's immorality. Like, I suppose if it's literally you are bound so far you can't move, and the saw is at your neck currently that will decapitate you, then at that point, yeah, there's no chance of escape. And if he says, and if you refuse to choose, I'll kill them both, then I think in that specific, very unrealistic scenario, then yes, I think the moral choice is allowing yourself to die. Of course, then there's the question of, if someone does shit like that, how do you know they're gonna actually spare the babies after killing you? You know, but to be fair, you don't know they'll spare you. Yeah, that's also true. Oh, that's Shadow Mare. I was like, what kind of demon? Oh, yeah, that's my horse, don't worry. Don't worry, me. It's just your horse. Take the only chance you have that they will spare them. Yeah. Yes, in that highly unrealistic scenario, yes, I think it is your moral imperative to sacrifice yourself. But if it's a... But I think, like... But at the same time, on some level, I don't know if I would condemn a person for choosing their own life, even if I agree that it's immoral. Oh, he's at home. This guy doesn't sleep in the guild. There's beds in the guild. You're too good for a bed? I guess owning your own house... I guess it's not immoral to just have your own shit. Yeah, the beds are for people who don't have their own house to sleep in. I do have my own, so I sleep in my bed. Look at this guy owning property. What a jackass. He thinks he's so cool. Oh, you commute to work? I sleep at work. Fucking asshole. In this day and age.
Hi there. You're back. What have you found?
We found him.
Dead. Damn. What got him?
Either the trolls or the ogres, man.
I suppose that's it then. Odd that there weren't creatures around the body, though. And that it hadn't been eaten.
That is odd, actually.
I'll pay Daunton for his contract. And I've got this for you. Good work getting him back in one piece. I might make a real soldier of you yet.
What'd you give me? Dagger of Fracturing. Got anything else for me?
I'm going to need you to find Maglir again.
Are you fucking kidding me? Did he default again?
Wish I knew what happened. He had a contract for a local mage in Braville. Didn't seem like a particularly difficult assignment.
Which is why you put him on.
He hasn't reported to the client at all. Get yourself down to Braville and find Maglir.
At all?
Make sure that contract of his gets done. And send him to me.
Modron, I think he might actually be fucking dead this time.
At me. Let's get to work.
Alright, we're gonna have to leave Horrell. 1,000 crisis going on, even a shack costs 2,000 gold. That's a that's a year's wages. Hey, Varanus.
It's my pleasure. Please. Bye.
And no, Anvil's over here. Starting to remember this map.
Speak, citizen.
I guess you wouldn't know. I should check in the Mages Guild, actually.
hope I can help.
Hey,
Take
no?
care. I'm feeling...
Okay, nothing.
Day. Hi there. I greet you. Thorin. You too.
Really? Said it was a mage here. I assume they'd be at the Mages Guild, or at least someone might bring something up.
Mark Gullet. Farewell.
None of these people are saying shit about it. Yeah, I'm still head of the Mages Guild. No one here. Learn there's a Lego piece for a takeout coffee cup. What an age we live in. Yeah, it probably costs almost as much as an actual takeout coffee cup. Yes, that's the age we live in. A hell where Gunpla are now cheaper than Legos. I say hell, but I do like Gunpla.
Hello there.
It's still the craziest change to me. Shit we used to have to import is now just available for like 20 bucks online. And the shit that I used to get like dozens of a year from my family, just as a gift to keep me occupied, is now pricier than video games.
What is it now?
How would you like to get my husband?
What's he done?
Believe me, he'll need all the help he can get to worm his way out of this one. To think he'd fall for the gang's scheme. Oh, I could kill him. I'm sorry. I'm rambling, and you look confused.
Yep.
Let me explain.
Go on.
The women in the gang use their wiles to lure men out to some remote location and rob them blind. It's been going on for some time now.
Just like the actual coffee, it costs 10 times the price to make it.
Because frankly,
committed to premeditation to murder, Booker.
They're so embarrassed, they don't want to report it. Take, for example,
this is Minority Report, Tamriel. No one told you.
He cared more about their charms than my own.
Sounds like you should divorce his ass.
When Gogan was, with the women, they took something quite valuable from him.
His virginity?
No, it's not what you're
bad.
thinking. He was carrying a precious family heirloom with him when he was lured out to their lair. It was a small ring given to him on our wedding day. The ring belonged to my mother and has been in the family for generations. I'm willing to give you all the money I have to get it back. 100 gold. Can you help us?
Alright.
Thank you.
A
I'm
cock
afraid
ring?
I can't offer
No,
you much help.
actually, he
but
might
I'll
have done
do what
it.
I can.
Small enough.
I hope the reward will suit the risk. It's all I have.
This is why the economy in Tamriel is so wild. Yeah, all the gold she has, 100. But I'm easily knocking out 400 for doing one thing for the Fighters Guild. It's like, what the hell? Yeah, like 400 to 500 for a job. And this woman who seems to live a half-decent life, like she doesn't seem to be starving, has 100 gold on her. And that's her life savings. It is insane. Now, if you just want to say that Fighters Guild work is highly specialized and dangerous, you might have a point. Probably most other Fighters Guild members have to spend a lot of that money on maintenance and, you know, and healing. But you have basically no cost to a lot of that stuff.
With the foresight of death,
Seems middle class. She has a house in the city and normal clothes. Yeah.
Bitter knowledge to take to my...
I'm saving up.
Blessings of Mystara.
Now the prophet. Yeah, he's still fucking here. Spitting truth on the streets of Anvil? Maybe. Should I check the Fighters Guild for him? I'm finding no clues about where the hell he is.
Vigdis, fighters. Goodbye.
Heh. Good day.
No one has anything to say. Is this one of those I have to look for rumors from somewhere you'd never guess things?
Bye.
Because those are always stupid, and they're so rare you never think to do them. Like, what actually am I supposed to be doing here? Because every place I've gone to that seems like it should turn up clues has had nothing. Like, I was told he was doing a job for a mage, so I went to the Mages Guild. None of them had shit to say. I started asking people around town, as I just have to fucking guess. Like, the option's not even coming up as some, like, I don't know, maybe you should ask X. It's literally just nothing. And these are annoying. I don't... It's annoying in this kind of game. Like, hell, even in Morrowind, this kind of quest pissed me off. Where there was no one you could talk to about some of the quests you'd get. And you just have to fucking guess where to go. Okay, I can't talk to people now.
Thank you for all your help.
Oh, right, you.
Enough talk.
I don't understand what it wants. Guide I found says you can ask around the Fighters Guild. None of them had shit to say about Moglier. None of them had him as an option. So I'm inclined to think this guide is wrong. And that's worse than anything this game could do. They're just not asking the right people, I guess?
Good afternoon.
Not that many people in the Fighters Guild, and none of them had anything about him.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
You're just a porter.
I'm Rufrius Venetian. You too.
Heroine of the Take care.
Well met. Mirabelle Monet runs quite a boarding house. You too.
You have the hands of an illusionist.
What kind of hands does an illusionist specifically have? The fuck does that mean? Does it mean you can't see them properly?
How are you?
Because that should be very correct right now, but it's not because I'm an illusionist.
Well met.
Azan, you know any— No, you won't talk to me about it either. What the fuck am I supposed to do then? Hang on. Actually. Go to Breville. Am I in Anvil right now? I'm in the wrong fucking town. No wonder I couldn't find anything. Those names are way too fucking similar.
Happy to make your acquaintance.
God damn it. Brandville, basically.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Farewell.
Oh, wait,
Good day.
I could. Maglier?
Maglier. I think I've... Go hurt something.
There. Instantly found something when I went to the right town. Still in the city, okay. Acrobatics is almost there.
Hi there.
Hi.
You again. I imagine I know why you're here, Guild Rat.
You defaulted again.
Defaulted? That all you talk about?
Stop
I'm
defaulting.
Blackwood Company now. Plenty of work, the pay is good, and I don't have Orain on my back all the time.
Job needs to be completed.
Oh? I know you're the one who ratted me out to Orain about that
I straight
other
up told
contract.
you I was going
Go
to,
back
and it's not
Orain.
ratting out.
Give him my regards. We're done talking.
Just had to get out some aggression. Yeah, apparently he's necessary later down the line. Man, I couldn't even get the friggin' arrow back out of him. I'd have left it like that if I could get my arrow back. My ear tells me he's no longer a member of the Fighters Guild. Tired of trying to scrounge up work, so he's joined the Blackwood Company. Yeah, and the game... I don't know why the game doesn't tell me to go where I have to go next. I have to go back to Horrell and talk to Ogren, like he just said. This is Morrowind, you kill that guy, go back to be bitched about by the quest giver. Yeah. I can still mostly do that here, because he didn't die. He probably wouldn't even have dialogue about it. But no, we're making Return of the King, and Return of the King is... It's one of the best books ever written, and I can't pretend it's not. But when your story is just that, but again, but with less nuance, then... Gotta understand it's not gonna get across well. Hey, Corning Nat. Excited to finally be caught up on Epic 7 tomorrow.
Yes? I assume you've spoken to that...
Yeah, he refuses to tell me.
The little bastard! We took him in when no one else would. This is how he repays us? Talk to Ari in Braville. She's our client. Do the job.
Alright, man.
Stop staring at me. Let's get to work.
Currently having a blast on the new Shadowverse game. I have a friend who plays Shadowverse. I've never played it myself. How is it? It's a TCG, right? It's not something I've ever been too into. Not to say I'm not into TCGs, just... I don't know if I can get into new TCGs, is my thing.
What is it? It's about time someone from the Fighters Guild showed up. I've got work for you to do. I need imp gall for my research.
You need fucking what?
I need imp gall for my studies. 10 portions of it, in fact.
Play the first game for a day. Absolutely hated the UI. So damn crunchy.
I expect you to get it done. And carefully, please. You might check Robbers Glen Cave for the imp
Okay,
gall.
some direction.
That place has been known to contain the imps. I'll be waiting
sure.
right here.
1 second, my cat's going crazy again. And I'm back. Sorry. Yeah. Out there. Sure, I'll go from the flooded mine. I gotta go collect 10 bear asses. At least in the Skyrim quest where you gotta do weird shit like this, it's a one-off quest that you can just spend the rest of your life doing. Instead of, you have to stop in the middle of a guild quest to do this shit. New game is a lot of fun with way better UI and music. Also, a new core mechanic too. There's some concerns regarding the economy, since sets 2 to 3 are at an accelerated release schedule. I'll need to find a bed soon. Don't get me wrong, I love TCGs. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! I love Magic. I used to play Pokemon some. What else? Oh, I have the fucking Kingdom Hearts trading card game. Ooh, a water-breathing necklace. That could actually be pretty useful. Although at 100 endurance, I might never need it. But it'd be nice when I have to inevitably go underwater again to just have that. Not having to worry about it is nice. It's peace of mind I'm equipping, not necessarily anything useful. I don't need silver arrows anymore. At least not more than I have. Gold. The Kingdom Hearts... Well, that was more because I was a crazy Kingdom Hearts fan. You say was, like I'm not currently at this exact moment. And I don't think that TCG was especially good, per se. It wasn't bad, but against the competition it had... Yeah. Where'd that other imp go? I swear there was another one. Oh, here he is. Been a long time since you played a TCG. Last one I played was Legends of Runeterra before it died. Oh yeah, I used to play that. That was really fun because, well, I was actually really into League of Legends lore at the time, but only vaguely into the gameplay of League of Legends. Mainly because, you know, toxic teammates. Basic ring of nihilism. Nothing else is worth a fuckload of money. Where's that other imp I shot? There you are. What am I doing on Imp Gall? 8? Alright. It has so much depth and was by far the most free-to-play friendly CCG on the market. Problem was that it was too free-to-play friendly. Yeah, they really weren't making money off it. But I loved the spell mana mechanic. Where there was special mana, you could only use it on spells, and you could start with up to 3 of it if you didn't use mana between turns. And I thought that was such a cool mechanic as sort of a... At that base form of you maintain some of your mana if you fail to use it between turns, at that base form, it was a way to kind of help minimize the unluck of top decking. Like, if you just got a bad early hand, you could still come back with a good spell early on. And I thought that was very smart. I think a bit later on, they started introducing things you could use to gain a little bit of spell mana. But again, it was always spell mana, so you could never, like, just spiral out of control on board presence, just on board actions. Grand Ring and Night Eye? No thanks. Night Eye's not really necessary in this game. Did I get that chest? That was close. Yeah, that was the Night Eye chest. Forgot I can do this. Ooh, more imp. There's been a ton of treasure in here. I'm quite happy to keep exploring. Legend of Runeterra had a lot of very interesting mechanics, did a lot of things you can't with a physical card game. Looking for a game to fill the void Legend of Runeterra and Gwent left. I think I found it if they addressed some of the core issues. Oh. See, I did... Okay, I played Gwent when I played The Witcher 3. And, the first time I played The Witcher 3, Gwent definitely clicked with me when I played it. But then I tried to come back when, like, they gave Gwent its own card game, and it was not clicking with me anymore. Like, I don't know what information I lost between those time periods. Ah, damn it. I see where I gotta go. Then through here. I played Hearthstone for some time. Never too seriously, but it was nice for a while. Heck, I even played, like, the old, World of Warcraft TCG. I don't think that card game really got too far, but I played it because I was an old WoW head. Witcher 3 Gwent and the standalone are similar, but have a lot of differences. Caused a bit of controversy once it came out, because in beta, it was basically Witcher 3 Gwent. Oh. Do you know any of those differences, or... And I'm curious if maybe that was what I was, like... if that was what was, like, wrong with me. Who is this? Be ye friend or foe? Be ye... foe. Biggest one was 2 lanes instead of 3. That or... Oh, man. Oh. That sounds correct. I mean, it sounds wrong, but it sounds like you're correct, but that doesn't sound good, is more what I'm getting at. We'll take a nap in one of our guilds to level up here.
My friend!
How goes it?
Good for them. My friend! Walks away. And if I see someone I haven't seen in, like, years and years, I'll just go, my friend! And then... I don't think that pantomimed the way I meant it to, just... Nah, that looks fine. Yes. My friend! Fuck.
Good to see you.
Y'all magicking?
Well, have you found that imp gall for me yet?
Yeah, I got the gall.
You've got it.
You
Looks
got plenty of
fresh,
gall, too.
I realize you'll be paid by your superior, but take this as well. It might come in handy in your work.
Oh, yeah? What you got? Grand Ring of Aegis.
Next
or Aegis, or
on
Aegis.
Time, please.
Genuinely, it could be any of those. Super free-to-play friendly, too. Easily second best after Legend of Runeterra. Fortunately, it died because of the same issue. A little bit of hope it'll get revived once Witcher 4 drops, but it doesn't seem likely.
You, friend?
Oh.
Keep...
Aw, man, Witcher 4. There were a lot of people who were, like, very mistakenly believed that Ciri was, like, stealing Geralt's place as like some kind of DEI or whatever thing. Like, they're just making it a girl. For one, they clearly didn't read the books where that happens. But, you know, even if you didn't read the books, it also means you clearly didn't beat The Witcher 3, which very clearly implies that's what happened next. My friend, how goes it? Nothing I'd care to talk about. Have you heard any news from the other provinces? I don't know you, and I don't care to know you. Oh wait, before I go, I should,
What can I do for you?
No one has ever read the books, it's The Witcher? I'll admit I've not read those books, but some people have. But definitely more people have played Witcher 3 than have read the books, or probably will ever read the books. I'll admit, I haven't read them either. There's quite a few of them, and my backlog is huge. My backlog also includes a great deal of fan fiction for other things, not related to The Witcher, so, you know. That's right. I'm not ashamed. Today, you suddenly realize the life you've been living, the punishment your body has taken, the limits to what the body can do. Perhaps you've reached them. Wonder what it's like to grow old. Well, now you know. Did that like 2 levels ago. Are these not unique anymore? A little lame, if so. Try to match these up a bit. Hey, I forgot to check what that ring she gave me does. %18 shield. That's actually pretty good. Like, hypothetically, if I were to... Yeah, that's really strong, actually. Went's rank system was also really interesting. Once you climb from 30 to Master, you get a new rank system. MMR based on each faction. Wanted to climb, you had to play multiple factions. Fascinating. Miss little inspirational level up blurbs? Yeah, this is just a repeat of an earlier one. Right, this tiny little door. Some of them are strangely insightful. Others are really white woman tier. They're nice world building, I guess.
Hi there.
Asshole. Worrell! Oral! There is a dead human in our house!
You have the hands of an illusionist.
What the fuck does that mean? Is it because they're hard to see? That's not because I'm an illusionist. Now it is, at least partially. Oral! Get... I watched like 1 episode of The Walking Dead, I'm sorry.
What is it? Shouldn't you be taking...
I did, dude, chill.
I can't believe we lost another to that bunch. Well done taking care of the contract, though. We can't afford to lose any of them these days. Here's your payment for completion of the contract. I think it's time for us to discuss the
main character is played by a
Company
Brit and he does a bad southern accent. I believe you. Talk about Blackwood.
They weren't always a threat. Small-scale mercenary band, until Reza Kar took over. Then came the fat Imperial contracts. After a mission in Blackmarsh, they set up shop in Leowin.
I heard about this part.
More ruthless than ever. It needs investigating.
Holds a
First,
Colt
though,
Python high
you
above
need
his head and at
advancement.
an angle with his wrist. That's not good. Which looks like it would just shatter his wrist and throw him on the floor. It would. If it's a Colt Python, if you hold it like that, it's not good.
Your service to the guild has not gone unnoticed. Henceforth, you will carry the rank of Defender. Bear the title proudly.
Nice.
I've got something for you, but we're not going to talk about it here. I want you to meet me at my house after sundown. We'll talk more then.
Whoa,
Later.
I'm not into you like that, guy. Look, I'm very flattered, but ugh.
What's going on with you?
To be fair, Hollywood has never understood guns. Gotta love the, if you shoot a car, it will explode. It won't. That's not something that can just happen. Oh yeah, here's a funny one. If you drop a gun, it'll just go off. They don't. That is actually something they very extensively test specifically to avoid that. Not optional, you'll go out for drinks with your boss and you'll like it. Damn it, I didn't know I'd moved to Japan. I meant to take those Japanese language classes so I'd at least be prepared for when this happened. But then I didn't do that because, God, I hate language classes. Cars will either explode if you shoot them, or the doors are literally bulletproof. Yeah. Now, there's always that's the classic armor thing of, would I rather get shot through a car door or without one? Obviously, I'd rather there be a few like maybe an inch of steel between me and the bullet when the bullet happens. Because you're much more likely to live if that happens. But no, it's not gonna stop a bullet. It's really not most times. It might stop a bullet if it's at a bad angle. Like, if it's at a very, like, wide angle to it, it might manage to stop one or two. It's a very iffy, though. Because cars really aren't designed to prevent that kind of damage. They're not designed to deflect projectiles. I wouldn't expect a few inches of aluminum or whatever to stop the force much. It's better than the nothing alternative you're probably getting. And hey, you know those stories like an inch to the left or right and you would have died? Maybe that's the inch. Like, a caliber bigger and you would have died. Maybe that's the one caliber difference. When it comes to bullets, a small amount of safety might be the difference maker in not dying. Don't think it would keep me in the fight? Oh, fuck no, you're down! There we go, I was waiting for that. And finally jump on water if we can find any. Hey, no, don't get me wrong. If you get shot through a car door, you're not getting back up. You've lost whatever the fight was. Take cover behind my car door. The guy shoots me through the door. I think I'll still probably be down. And then they just walk over and shoot me again. Yeah. For sure. It's not a decision you really get to make at the time, but... yeah, it is a base point of...
let's talk.
Maybe it will keep it from killing you. If you're... like, if you're in the passenger seat, maybe.
Good, you're here. We've got duties to attend to.
I realize.
We'll talk
in
later.
movies, they're always indestructible when
my
used as a
house after
barricade.
dark.
Yeah, basically.
I've been looking into them. Heard some disturbing things. We know they're a danger to us, and we know they're good at what they do.
Why are they so effective?
Good question. I've heard stories, but nothing I can prove is true. Maybe
nothing I can prove is true. I think they meant as
well
true.
Trained. All I know for sure is that they'll accept any contract, and they'll do anything to complete it. And they don't care who gets in the way.
Also revert the enemy's brain to a pre-object permanent state. To be fair, that happens to you when you're watching a movie, too. And if you don't believe me, watch Jurassic Park, and then tell me you noticed it the very first time you saw it. How'd the T-Rex get in without anyone noticing? Doesn't make sense. But your movie-watching brain doesn't know to look for that. Hide behind the door, they can no longer identify where your body is. So they just shoot around the door. Why don't we stop them?
Velena's gotten tentative since the Blackheart mission. She's worried about getting us killed. But we're just getting killed a little bit at a time.
Blackheart?
That mission was the start of it. That was when Vitellis was killed. We were contracted by a wizard, Argoth, to recover an artifact from Blackheart. I went in there with 20 men. I left with 5. Vitellis wasn't one of them. He died covering our retreat.
And the Blackwood Company?
I snooped around. Apparently, they completed that contract for us. I went in there with 20 good men. I can't believe that bunch finished the job. There's more. Argoth, he's dead. The artifact gone. Sounds like a setup. Maybe they made a deal with Blackheart.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I'll find out.
So what now?
Now we find out what really happened. And we let it be known. I want to show the people who the Blackwood Company really are. I can't order you to do this with me. It's dangerous, and Velena isn't going to know about it. It's your choice.
You know what? You were a complete and unrestrained dick when we met, but you came around fast enough that I kind of like you now. I'm in.
We leave as soon as you're ready. I want to investigate Blackheart's stronghold in Arpenia. Meet me at the Leowen Guild Hall. We'll go from there.
Okay, yeah.
Let's go.
Nope, didn't mean that. Let me think some other weird gun things movies do. There's, of course, the explosion. This was more about car shit, I guess. I don't know enough about cars to point out more stuff. I mean, only other thing I can think of is, like, shooting out tires, but that does work. I mean, it doesn't make the car stop moving, per se, but you definitely don't... You're definitely gonna lose a lot of traction on shot-out tires. TV, they don't shoot our cars nearly enough.
We need to check out our...
Let's see. If you're going fast, you probably would be speeding away if someone is shooting at you. You'd spin out almost immediately if your tire was shot out. Yeah. Yeah, if just one was shot... if they shot out a tire, you'd spin out. If they shot out, like, 2 of them... Depending on where they are. Like, if they shot out 2 on the same side, like, both left tires, then you're not gonna spin out because you still have the same amount of force on that side, but you're gonna start drifting left, I believe. They take out both your back tires, you're still gonna be pulled on your front, but, you're gonna start hearing screeching. And turning's gonna get way harder. Oh yeah, another gun thing, suppressors. Unless you're using, like, a 22, they're not gonna be that quiet. And they're not called silencers because they don't silence it, they just suppress it. And yes, they are still illegal. At least illegal for a certain threshold. Some that are... There's some very, like... The ones that only reduce the sound somewhat are fine. The problem that they want to avoid with that is they want it to still be audibly obvious that it is a gunshot. And some suppressors, even though they do a really good job of making it, like, not ruin your hearing forever, the problem is still ultimately that now, in terms of law enforcement, it doesn't sound as much like a gun, so it's harder to identify. For exploding, you would have to hit the fuel tank. Yeah, and even then, it's not a guarantee. Like, I believe the only way to really get it is you shoot in the fuel tank, and also fuel is leaking out around it already, and also you start a fire on that fuel. If you happen to set up a spark in just the right spot by shooting it in the tank, maybe it'll explode. Not impossible, but not likely if the car's moving. Yeah. But here's the thing, even if you shoot the fuel tank, it might not spark. Like, a bullet is not guaranteed to spark piercing metal like that, and not guaranteed to spark in such a way to start a fire that would set off the gasoline. It's just as likely it's just gonna be leaking. Which, still a problem for the person driving the car, but it's not a death sentence right away. It might explode. It might. But don't count on it. This mudcrab had a spoon. Fancy bastard. Don't suggest standing in that. Now, funny thing about cars, they're well engineered to not explode from a spark near the gas. Yeah, it's almost as if gas is something they have to ignite to, you know, get the car to function. So they probably took special care to make sure it doesn't just fucking blow up at the first sign of trouble. Once forgot to turn off your car before getting your tank filled up. Scariest few minutes of your life, but it didn't blow up. Yeah. In fact, most cars you don't even have to do that anymore. I mean, most modern cars, that is not a big deal anymore. You can leave the car running. Still would advise turning off the car. It's still safer, yes, but it is not nearly as dangerous as it was back in the day.
The bastards. There was no
They're designed so they probably will not explode.
With the Blackwood Company. My guess is that they paid him off. They get the weapon for Argoth, collect the payment, and tell Azani where the mage is. Easy for Blackheart to retrieve the weapon and collect it.
The attendant didn't tell me to turn off the car. Oh man, that's a weird thing. Probably not that big a deal. This was such a culture shock. I have a friend who's lived in New Jersey her whole life, and I was so shocked to hear from her that I think until I don't know if it got repealed properly. It was just flat out illegal to fill your own car there. And I thought that was insane. And a lot of people who live there think it's crazy that other people do fill their own cars in other countries. Or in other states, I should say. But in other countries, too. What do we do now?
Find Blackheart and get that weapon.
It's wild.
We'll finish this contract and let all
I think
of
it's
Cyrodiil
now
know what happened here.
It's no longer illegal to fill up your own car.
These Ayleid ruins. There's one
but I think they
northeast of
still
here.
just have gas attendants because people are used to them.
That he moved his base there. I'll lead.
Don't think it ever has been?
We'll show them.
Yeah. It wasn't in every country that had, like, gas attendants. But there was at least one or two. I keep saying country. States really are like other countries, it feels like. Full service is pretty common. See, where I live, it's never been a thing. Like, I live in the South. I don't think the South has ever had, like, gas attendants at all. Started doing self-serve because you decided it was better than talking to people. Yeah. Damn, this one was tricky. Ooh, free repair hammer. Then you got an electric car. Now you charge your car at home. Nice. You don't have to stop at the gas station at all. Yeah. I can't drive because I'm cripplingly afraid of it, but I have a hybrid. I still gotta give it the gas, just not all that often. The nice but probably stone guy running the convenience store showed me how to pump gas. Because he had never really ever even seen it done. Wow. That's so wild to me. Parents have been using full service stations since I was a little kid. Oh, man. It's such a strange thing, because, like I said, there's just not full service stations anywhere I've ever lived. I don't think I've ever even been a place that has them. Maybe they might have had them in Canada, but I didn't drive while I was in... We never drove while we were in Canada, really. We took buses, because buses work there. I have been to Canada once for, like, 3 days. They've just, like... It wasn't... It was kind of cool. I wouldn't say it was wildly different from what I was used to, but it was different enough that it was a very nice experience. You think you'd go to Canada since it's relatively close? Nah, there's plenty of people who live, like, real near the border and just never go to places like that, because... Never been? It's not too surprising to me. I live nowhere near it, but I went there because I was visiting someone who lived very near. I don't think he'd ever been either. But, like, it was part of the plan when I went there that I had my passport so we could go for a day or two. Only other country I've ever been to is Japan. Ah, yeah. I definitely want to go to Japan at some point. Okay, I'm lost. Just gonna walk the rest of the way. Such a long plane ride, I imagine. And hell, from where I live, it'd be even longer, I bet. I don't know where you live, but... Oh, I'm following you out? Modron, I didn't even realize that's what was happening. About as far as possible? Yeah. I guess I don't actually know where you live, Quilla. But I'd probably need a connecting flight in California. And I imagine it would have been smart for you to have one. New York? Oh. That would have been in my first few guesses, actually. Direct flight, at least. Man, I'd almost want a connecting flight just to be able to get up for a little bit. Search the ruins. Place deserted. No corpses, no signs of battle. Aaron believes the entire story is made up by the Blackwood Company. Or it suggests we search nearby alien ruins and knows of one to the northeast. Okay. Yes, I don't. Flight goes west. Yeah, so I would expect a connector in California would be a no-brainer. You cross the entire continental U.S.
Your presence here will not be tolerated.
Says the person whose presence is not being tolerated. Nice mithril, idiot. He also flew over Hawaii. Oh, cool. Part of me would like to go to Hawaii, but I don't think I want, like, I don't want to be the nuisance tourist. I'd like to go and, you know, I guess if I just didn't make a nuisance of myself, maybe fine, like, stay at a lower-end place that's probably not fucking people over. Because of the curve in the earth and all that. I think we went up north near Alaska. That's a bit less likely. Because Alaska and Hawaii, well, I suppose don't be a nuisance, yeah. It's like, don't be an asshole, don't... Use Google Maps if you need to find a place. Don't go asking locals, they're sick of it. There are nuisance turrets everywhere. Yeah, but like, Hawaii's one of the places where you really get the impression that the tourists are ruining the place. Hawaii is actively worse for there being so much tourism there. And if they didn't economically rely on it, it'd be better off. They're happy to have your money, but a lot of the problem is a lot of the places that are taking the money aren't like locals and natives. Napped? Welcome back from your nap, Bathwater. We're following this guy. Gonna practice my illusion. Problem is, Hawaii became a US state in an illegal coup. So bad even the federal government had to say sorry. Yeah, that was... And the federal government never says sorry. The US government, no. Some federal governments do. Naturally, there are hard feelings there. Yeah, it was really not cool. But hey, it's hardly the first time America did that. Might be the first time they apologized for it, but, you know. Dude, you couldn't have just told me where it was and we could meet up. Like, it wasn't far or anything. He walks slightly faster than me. That's annoying. But I suppose I haven't been leveling my speed stat, so it's my own fault. Bathwater, how dare you sleep? Bathwater had a tiring day. These are stream hours. That's also true. Did you at least keep my stream open while you were napping? You know, you could mute it and just leave the computer on for it. Yes? Alright. I'll let it slide this time, then. Because I won't lie, I've fallen asleep watching streams before. And I'll just, like, half wake up later, realize the stream's no longer on, like they've raided to someone else, and, I'll just turn it off and go back to sleep. Friend or foe. Raining hard? I'm jealous hard. Murray, you fucking idiot! God damn it, dude. You got in the way of my shot. You have iron arrows? What a pansy. I hope I get rain soon. I talked about it earlier. If I had my way, it'd always rain. Okay, water dweller. Yeah, I've always had a water affinity. What's funny is, I've like said that I have two good reasons to be a waterbender if I were an Avatar. One is, you know, the whole fish thing. But number two is just that I'm southern. And there's foggy swamp that exists. South? Yeah. Foggy Swamp is basically just Louisiana. Or the Florida Everglades. It's really funny there's just one group of white people in that world. The Bayou. Fishers from the Bayou. He's in the Bayou right now. Not from the Bayou. Spent some time. I see you this time, you bastards. Okay, I didn't expect that part. I'll level with you. Dude. You got locked out. Dang it. Can I even get back up? I don't think I've ever talked about this. I kind of plotted out a story for Avatar where it's like, what if Aang didn't get frozen in ice, but he also failed to fully stop the war? They get the next Avatar. I was like, what if they just showed up in Foggy Swamp? And there's just a southerner, like a friggin' bog dweller having to interact with the rest of the Avatar world. I thought it was an interesting premise. I wrote out some scenes for it, but I never went to the effort of, like, planning out a whole fic of it, you know? I don't know how many people watching me have ever even read fanfiction, let alone tried to write it. That's where I came from, so... through here should be a new way? Oh, damn, that rat had a knife. You got his ass. Whoa. That was dangerous. They were born in the Southern Water Tribe, so, GG, I guess they might have a chance. No, they'd be born in Foggy Swamp. They were born in the Northern Tribe, and the Fire Nation would have succeeded in catching them. That's what you're getting at. But they're in Foggy Swamp. We got a real chance here. The Fire Nation doesn't even seem to know that exists.
Oh, what's the matter? Is the baby gonna cry?
Outmatched, elf.
Now, I know in lore, those weirdos? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Funny swamp people. Yeah, I said this fucking bog person from a culture that is so not like the rest of the world just has to interact with the Avatar world, and I thought there was some fun hijinks to be had with that. I thought his animal guide should be probably the swamp gator. And he rides it on a rides it like a surfboard sometimes. But they just never learn they're the Avatar. Foggy Swamp is still a very, very spiritual place. So I feel like they'd start having visions of some kind that would lead them to it. Waste an entire Avatar's lifetime sniffing swamp gas.
You do realize that?
Orin and I have found and defeated Azani Blackheart. Blackheart's ring. What is this thing? I guess it's not an actual equipable ring. South is a very spiritual place. Beth, what are you implying I'd bring Christianity to a very not that world?
Azani Blackheart is dead, and our brothers avenged.
Good job, us.
Dead, finally. Good work. Did you retrieve his ring?
Yeah, I got it.
I want that as proof that the Blackwood Company didn't defeat him.
Yeah, right here.
You've got it. Good. I'll use it to prove it was we, not the Blackwood Company, who killed him. Good work on this. Now get out of here. I'm going to head back to Coral. When there's more to do, I'll let you know. Your accomplishments are impressive.
Yeah. Before you go, could you,
I bestow upon you the rank of Warder of the Fighters Guild.
Yeah, I'd call myself a warder.
Take care.
I'm decently skilled at alteration. I could make some. Although that's actually a restoration skill, and the only game where you can cast those. Ooh, loose gold. You never see that in Oblivion. See it all the time in Skyrim. Ooh, the real Berenzia. By Anonymous. Guy's prolific. Are people in Oblivion so fond of random skulls? I don't know, man. Maybe Hamlet's really big here. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew thee. You just looking through a guy's bedroom, books, nice furniture, soft bed sheets, random fucking human skull. Human, possibly elven, but definitely not Khajiit or Argonian. which almost makes it weirder, because I feel like people would have fucking their skulls and be like, "Ah, it's just an animal." I knew him, Horatio. Up. A fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. I'm gonna stop hiding and just walk. Actually, can I even get out of here from here? I don't think I can. Yeah, there's not a way out of that. Hang on, maybe I can... No, that one won't lead me anywhere. Okay, I somehow don't think that's actually leading me to the way out of here, and I don't think the game knows how to. I think I'm gonna have to go through that door up there. Do it on yourself. There we go. Alright, that just brought me back to the friggin' entrance. How kind. Owie. War! Was he in Bruma? Was that where he is? Was it? No, it's Horrell. I almost forgot about you, Horrell. I apologize. I can never forget Horrell. I can never forget that's how you have to say it, too. Every time. That's how everyone says it. Have I said something that upsets you, Bathwater? Is there something wrong with me talking about Horrell? My first 5 hours of sleep straight. In over 3 months. I usually just lay down for 1 hour and suddenly I'm invigorated.
Please, join me.
That Huntertar sure knows his way around this.
Please.
Why are you naked?
Have you spoken
What's going on with you?
I
understand Daedra worship has become
Forgiveness has to be wanted before it is given.
Knows every tree,
The
rock,
open
and
Forgiveness for what?
wizards. Could be a
Goodbye.
dangerous situation.
It's my pleasure. Please continue.
Nay, Modron.
I don't have anything for you right now. Speak with Azan or Grokash. Or perhaps you're ready. Go hurt
All
Satan.
right, all
Take
right.
care.
And Chadin Hall. The Hall of Chadin. Where was the fighters? I'm still not used to the layout here. Right, over there. Yes! 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 Been wanting this. Why is my foot slightly sticking out of my shoe? That looks really dumb. They should have caught that. Actually, there's a few places where my skin is sticking out.
It could be a dangerous situation.
Good day.
Glad I don't play in third person. But it's still unacceptable that they missed shit like that. I'm so bad at directions.
Afternoon.
Where's John C. Questgiver with the giant mouth? Is he out, or did he not spawn in again? Because he does that sometimes. There he is.
What can I do for you, meat? Need something to do?
Stop calling me meat.
I've got something for you. Could be tough. There are some escaped fugitives for you to find, meat. Some real
Broke out of
hard
prison?
cases got out of the Breville prison.
Ah, shit.
Been terrorizing the locals ever since. The watch is useless, so we step in. Get to it. Apparently, there are 3 or 4 of them.
You
Real
silent meat.
nasty
You
from what
can't
I
tell me
hear.
what to do, Bathwater.
You take care of
I'm
them.
not meat.
Maybe
Fish
you'll
is
get
not
lucky
technically
they'll
meat
surrender.
anyways. I guess from the waist up I am
Get
meat.
to hunting, meat.
That fucking succulent, delicious fish meat. Fish is not considered culinarily meat. It's considered fish. I do still wish you could loot them while they're like that. Find and kill some fugitives from prison break that have been menacing Breville. Go there and see what I can learn. Now I'm supposed to go. A fish would say that? How dare you! I'm not a fish. I am a mer person. I am of the deep. I am half of the deep beyond your understanding, and half of the mythics that you write of. I'm not fucking dinner.
How do you do?
Deep? The peak mentioned? Wait, can I actually just straight up... You can just jump out of water. I never knew you could do that. No fish you'll eat from me for dinner? I mean, so long as we can actually have dinner first, you can do whatever. This is so fun. War games should have this. No, I know it's an acrobatics perk, because I just unlocked it. But jumping out of water, I didn't realize was part of it. Jumping on water is so fun. More games should let you do that. Absurd shit. That is something I'm going to give Oblivion wholeheartedly over Skyrim. That level of silliness. Not Anvil, Braville. Kittyland, Braville. Technically, Braville is the, oppressive nation holding back Tittyland. But, you know, they technically own them right now, so, you gotta call them together.
Greetings to you.
Yeah, I guess I could ask a guard about it.
I'm not talking about them. Not to you. I barely know you.
I'm with the Fighters Guild hired to do it, you jackass. Wait, I'm not doing that. Like, dude, the city hired me to do this, and you're just gonna fucking not get involved? Like, just be a cunt?
Anytime now.
Wait till there's people out and about.
Karandi.
How about you?
Mage trained. Scholar by inclination.
Yeah, sure. Wait. Aldmeri ancestors? The Iliads weren't Aldmeri, hate to tell you.
Sure, I know about them. Look, you didn't hear it from me, but rumor is they're hiding out in Bloodmane Cave. 4 of them. Bad news.
The guard couldn't tell me that because...
You too.
The guard who should know the Fighters Guild has been contracted to deal with this just couldn't have given me this information, huh? Well, I guess we're just gonna have to go there. The funnest way I can think of. Dang it. The game, like, skipping on me causes me to not skip properly. Skip on water, I mean. What's interesting is this also means you can never take fall damage. Because water can't deal fall damage to you, you can jump off it and not take any still. Which is really funny. This is so fun. Not as fun when it's possible jumping. Blood Main Cave. Yet another cave that sounds like it's infested with fucking vampires. Why does every cave in Cyrodiil have a name like that? Half of them are infested with vampires, the other half are just fucking creepy. I suppose all of them are creepy, but... Oh, a single gold coin in the sack. Neat. Oh wait, there was a way forward from there. I didn't see it. Yeah, here. No? Dumb. Wall won't shift. Ah, yes, I know. What do you mean? I pulled the thing. I need to not be in here. It's actually starting to catch up to me. Luckily, I heal really fast, because my endurance is high, too. Maybe I should start dumping points into willpower. To make my magicka regen faster.
Who's there?
Dutch endurance. Yep, that's Legathol. Legathog. And then killed Hlofgar. Just large. Just... That has to be like a debug name for this thing. Hey, that cannot be the name they meant to give this. Ooh, first try. Yeah, you didn't fool me. Ashanta, found and killed. Buttered crate? Oh, battered. Like, you really doing that to your crates? Feels like a waste of every ingredient involved. Waste of butter and a waste of a crate. It's gonna be all sticky now. Bloodmane Cave Labyrinth. That bodes poorly. I have a lot of gold saved up here. I could have moved farther away. They're within spitting distance of the city they just escaped from. Strikes me as a poor strategic move. Dang it. There we go. Great lie, found and killed. Son of a bitch. Fell through a hole. An entire. Ooh, you got more ebony arrows on ya. What am I... There's some up there further to go? Oh. That... I don't know what just happened. Some part of my mind didn't comprehend what just happened. That's a bear. They just were living with a bear. No beggars can't be choosers, but if you guys had bothered to get all the gold out of this place, sell some of the equipment you had, you could have just run off. I've been killed, Enrian. I have killed all the fugitives and returned to Burz Grokash for my reward. He's up here in Shaden Hall. Nothing funny about that name yet. Like Braville, I was able to pull out the classic boobs joke. Coral is so self-explanatory, I'm not even joking about it at this point. Maidenall. Gotta be something there.
Let's hear it.
Hey, Burz.
You've got a contract to take care of. Why are you talking to me?
Because it's already taken care of. How have you not figured this out yet?
Took care of all of them, did you? And you're still alive. Fantastic. You're full of surprises. Here's your payment. Good work.
You're really staring at me, man.
Nothing now, not at your rank. Farewell.
Yeah, go to Anvil. I feel like the, makes sense this guy's in Chewing Hall. Maybe. That be the joke? It's close. Anvil, I think the proper conjugation is Avil, but... Too specific. You don't get it if you don't see that guy's big mouth. Yeah, like... It can be Chewing Hall, because there's the hall,
a real balance
but
to
then it feels like the whole part is still
the
separate
acrobat.
from the joke, you know?
Well met.
Like, the hall really fucks it up.
Good day.
If it was Chaden, and you called it Chewing, I think that would work. But Chaden Hall to Chewing Hall... Like, what do you do with that?
Good to see you're looking for more work. There's certainly more to be done. I need you to help Alante of Alinor.
Who?
Alante is a scholar interested in researching Daedra worship. Meet her in Brittle Rock Cave, help her find the shrine, and keep her safe.
Okay, another job of some dumbass.
That's what Alante is studying.
Yeah, I was hoping
Protect
maybe you
Alante.
could tell me where the fuck the
doing a-
shrine is, but, you know. Jade and all? Nah, there's like nothing to that. Kvatch is like... That's already a silly enough name. Skingrad? Skin Grab. Easy peasy. D and B even look the same. Bruma? Alright, maybe they're not all easy. I feel like I could work with Bruma. Leowyn. Easy. Lord of the Rings joke. Done. I'm not even gonna make the effort to make it funny. Just say the words Lord of the Rings joke, and it's done. And of course, the Imperial City is the Imperial Shitty. Brazil. See, that works. But I already went with, Bravil is the, it's the new name they've given to Titties Land, to try to cover it up. Smeagol, can I make sweet tea? Still don't understand. No, I know why you call me Smeagol. Because of Smeagol voice. It's mine. The treasure is mine. I know that's why you call me Smeagol. Yes, you may make sweet tea. The best I better be. Son of a... There we go. I turned my head slightly. That, of course, was enough for the game to freak out. Damn it, that's an ebony arrow. Someone else finds it and sells it. That's 20 gold per arrow. Chainol is Morrowind at Disney Epcot. Not a joke on the name, but it's still a good joke, so we'll go with it. Looks nothing like Morrowind, but is claimed to represent the unique cultural facets of Morrowind. Yes, no, I understand what Epcot is. I used to go to Disney World every year. Disneyland? No, Disney World, because it was Florida. Laying a joke on the name, or that was a joke on the city crest? It was just... It can be both. But yeah, Leowyn is just straight up a character from Lord of the Rings, so I just said, Lord of the Rings joke, end.
Ah, you must be from the Fighters Guild.
Yeah, that's
Excellent.
the impression I give off with my bow and
forward to our
black
investigation.
cloak.
Fascinating subject, these Daedra. Yes, let's investigate. and keep on your toes.
Just stay behind me. Don't rush in.
I am Elante of Alinor.
Yeah, I was hoping you might tell
Stay
me something
close,
about yourself,
please.
but... You also have to be able to see me. If I just clear out everything ahead of time, it should be fine, right? He's not wearing armor. There's goddamn clan fear here. One had a grand soul gem. Spider Daedra. They didn't even bother giving it some kind of name, just spider. Morrowind has 6 unique architectural styles, and Chainall resembles none of them. It aspires a Mournhold style if we're generous. That's being more generous than it deserves. Alright, let's backtrack, catch up with her a bit. We might also be going the wrong way. Insult to true Morrowind patriots, or people who like the game at all. Even if you think the country deserves what it got. Maybe when I say the country of Morrowind, I'm spelling it without the letter O. That's all I'm saying about them. Alright, I've cleared out a bunch of them. Depending on where you want to go, it should be fine to keep going. This way? Alright. Like the Oblivion Crisis? No, what immediately follows. I don't think it's happened yet. Really? You came in here? Oh, it's just a coffin. Morrowind? No. I mean... the word country. That without the O. Like, oh, awesome. You're gonna throw them all at me, aren't you? Back here. Yeah, that one took you a minute. You're like, what's the next one? Lady, fucking move. If I'm more than 3 feet away from you, you stop moving. None of my flaws will call you flaw. Hey, now you're just getting hurtful. Look, all I'm saying is Ungoth saved the place, and they were kind of dicks the entire time. And he found it really funny that the Hist said what it was gonna do to the place. It only told him because he's the only one who needs to know right then. That wasn't there before. Knockoff Argonian. The hero's journey. You're not supposed to do it for the adulation. You do it because it's right. No, and he did... Yeah, that's why he still did it. He didn't do it to be adulated, but he sure would have liked if they weren't all assholes the entire time.
Excellent. A fine example.
It was Velos' will that a farm tool should serve as glorious Dunmer betters.
Let's keep moving.
See, that's not gonna make Ngoth's opinion change. Words, shit like that. Azora's will. Not gonna help either. Retribution of Rapacity. Damage agility on strike 1 point. Wow, that's just actually not useful. Oh, hey. What does the lizard know about honor, duty, and piety? Presumably nothing. I'm sure
I'll study this shrine a bit longer.
If a lizard had been present, I'm sure they would have known nothing.
For your help.
Triune
take this as a
values
token of my
the thrice-sealed house. Morning Star Ver 1.
A fine study. I appreciate. Thanks again.
Yeah, sure. Let me look around, make sure nothing kills you while I'm gone. I'm not sure I got all the Daedra, because there's still deeper parts of this. Lower passages. I'd also like to remind you, Ngoth did kill all of their gods, except for one. Someone else killed Sothasil. Fake gods, also true. Though you're the last person I'd expect to call them that. The good Daedra will come back. You know, I'm sure the good Daedra will love what's left of the place. Not like Rogue Moon is gonna crash and cause the Red Year. That wouldn't be extremely funny to Ngoth. Just because you acknowledge they're powerful doesn't mean you call them gods. Sucking on a real dead god's heart makes them very powerful. They're still not actually gods. Alright? Yeah, there were more Daedra under the place. But it was kind of my duty to clear them out so she doesn't die. They did flood the Akaviri invaders and make all the Dunmer able to breathe water. It was very cool. Yeah, I'm sure there were so many people there to see it and talk about it and record it, not just one. And then everyone repeated it. I'm sure that's how history always happens. I mean, it is how history always happens. One person says it's true, and then we just have to accept it. Even if it really wasn't. So Vivek do it. He was like, oh, what if I do that? That's funny. I'm not saying it wouldn't be funny if he did it. I'm just saying it's hard to believe he could do that, but then also couldn't just move the hearts if he really needed to. Like, that's the level of doing shit where it starts becoming really suspect that they got jumped. Did stop a meteor flying at a city and then suspended it in midair? No, he suspended it in time, which is stupider and worse. The heart is the source of his power. Yeah. Though of course he has no power over it. I suppose so. But he couldn't have, I don't know, just made it so the mountain literally can't that specific room literally can't sustain life other than the three of them. You know, just make sure that literally no one else can get it. Feel like that's a very basic bit of housekeeping to do. Findings that kept it there are all Kagranak's enchantments. Yeah, moving it might not be an option, but making it inaccessible feels like it shouldn't be that hard. How would that stop Dagoth-Ur? Well, if Dagoth-Ur can't get to the heart, who is also entrenched in the heart, that's something that still doesn't make a lot of sense, is the problem. Arguably more entrenched in the heart? Yeah. But, how is he entrenched without the tools, is the question. Like, how is he stronger than them to the ability that he and his group could overtake all three of them if he doesn't have the tools needed to actually, you know, take the power from the heart? If that could do that, couldn't Dagoth-Ur just undo it? Yeah, but how if he doesn't have the tools to take the power from the heart? He held the tools once. That doesn't mean you're forever able to wield their power. Even Vivek still had to bring them with him. When he died, he was keeping the tools. Nerevar gave them to him. Yeah, and Vivek and the three had them when he came back. Like, he explicitly took them from him. That's why he's arguably more entrenched. Yeah, but then how did he take more power from it? It really does not make a lot of sense that he's... Either they're not as strong as they say they are, or Dagoth-Ur is actively an idiot. Being near it makes him stronger, I guess? Yeah, I guess. Cautious, they take power carefully, so they need to refresh themselves. Yeah, but they still have to use the tools every time. Dagoth-Ur was not cautious, fully entrenched in the heart, drives him mad, if there's anything left of him in it at all. Yeah, but then, how did he have that much power coming out that he could beat all three of them by himself? Even if they needed a recharge, I feel like that should still be a hard sell. The other does not need the tools because he does not need to refresh his connection to the heart. I don't know, that doesn't sound right. This is key to the dynamic shift in fortune. The three wane while Dagoth-Ur does not. That doesn't that sounds like a different problem entirely if he doesn't need the tools at all. Go ask Kirkbride, I guess. But it's like, if he is that powerful, why didn't he ever do anything on the level that they did? Like, when the Nerevar comes to fight him, why doesn't he just snap his fingers and make it so you can't breathe air anymore? If they can make it so all Dunmer can breathe underwater, why can't he do to one person, just permanently get rid of them, and they're still just a person? He needs them to finish building a Kulikon. No, I get that. I'm questioning how the three with all the power, and he's apparently got more power than them, couldn't just will you out of existence, essentially, when you turn against him. And if he could and didn't, then he's just stupid. Because he wants to do something far greater. He doesn't just want to rule a nation, he wants to change the world. No, I get that. I'm asking why he didn't stop the one person he needed to stop to do that by using all that infinite power he has. It seems like a foolish decision. But yeah, even if he wanted to trick you with the thing, as soon as, like, he's a mad god, he's insane, that only goes so far with how calculating he is.
A pleasure to speak with you.
Yeah, I got the contract.
You finished? Excellent. Good work, guildmate. Here's your payment for the contract.
Advance?
You've been doing a good job, and under a lot of scrutiny. I've been authorized to promote you to the rank of Guardian. Good work.
He has a peculiar sense of honor, so he welcomes the fight.
I understand Orain is looking for you again. Get to Coral and speak with the man.
Fine, I'll...
Goodbye.
Let's say it like I'm like I've been avoiding him. Possibly, there's no way he could be defeated, so there's no reason to go all out.
Hello.
Like I said, it just means he's an actual idiot. The Nerevarine try to fight him until they tire out and die. It makes no difference. It makes a lot of difference. Like I said, it means he's stupid. The other cannot conceive of a Nerevarine destroying the binding enchantments of the heart. The idea never occurred to him. Yeah? He felt there was no need to kill them so quickly. Though you do have to question why he's a little stupid, he's quite insane. Completely detached from reality. Or overly too attached to it in an incorrect way. Depending on how you read it. Weird stuff about Jim. Him? Whatever it's called. I know he didn't achieve it. He, like, weirdly achieved the 3 different versions at the same time without stopping one, which... sort of... I don't know. That whole thing's screwy.
A pleasure to speak with you. I've got another job for you. It's a sensitive one.
Vivek says he appears by turns lucid and deranged, compassionate bestial, proudly wise and profoundly disordered. In short, he's a mad god.
I sent him on a mission to Forsaken Mine. He and some others were supposed to clear the place of trolls. Haven't heard back from them in days.
That's probably not good.
I want you to go check it out. I don't need to tell you how sensitive a matter this is. Get moving and report back to me as soon as possible. You can do it.
That's all the way down there. I think we'll do that next time. I want to just save in a place where I'd know where I'm going next so I wouldn't get lost at the start of stream. I didn't mean to stay there the whole time. But that's going to do it for this one. I'm going to stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't gotta thank you. Bye-bye, YouTube.